So before we start the meeting, we do have one individual who's come in as Caroline that we could not match up with a speaker card. Caroline, I'm going to ask you to unmute and identify yourself so we can give you a full name and put you on the item.
Yes, this is Stu Nakashima.
Right, hold on 1 second, Steve.
Stu, S-T-U.
Stu. Got it. Hold on a second.
He's with Bay Delta.
Yep, we'll get you renamed. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I think we can begin together. My name is Joaquin Esquivel. I am chair of the State Water Resources Control Board. Today is Wednesday, December 8th. It is 9 a.m. and I'd like to call this meeting back into order. I'll begin customarily by introducing my colleagues here. With me today is Vice Chair Doreen Diadamo, Board Member Sean McGuire, Board Member Nicole Morgan, and Board Member Laurel Firestone. With us as well is our Executive Director, Eileen Sobek, our Chief Counsel, Michael Loffer, our two Chief Deputies, Eric Oppenheimer and Jonathan Bishop. With us as well as our Clerk of the Board, Janine Townsend, and assisting her today are Margie Argel and Courtney Tyler. As you can see, this meeting is being webcast and recorded, and so you're viewing us one of two ways. You're either just on a video feed here from either our Cali, PA website or the YouTube live stream that we have, or you're here on the Zoom meeting platform. And if you intend to comment on any item on today's agenda, you need to be here on the Zoom platform with us. There's a link and instructions on the agenda, but if you are having issues with filling out a speaker card or getting here on the platform, please do email our Clerk of the Board, Janine Townsend, at commentletters@waterboards.ca.gov, and she can help you get here onto the platform. Once you are on the platform, your cameras will be turned off. You will be muted until it is your turn to speak on the item you've indicated you wish to speak on. With that, we can move on to what we have two items on today's agenda. The first is item number 13, and then we delayed item number 10 from yesterday to today, which will not be heard before 2 p.m. If we conclude early on item number 13 here, then we will just take a long lunch until 2 p.m. and then start up item number 10 at that time. Here at the top, I do want to make some remarks. I've even written them down, so I'm not my usual rambling self. So this is an informational item to provide an update on the board's ongoing process and general timeline to implement the flow objectives for the San Joaquin River and salinity objectives for the Southern Delta, and to update on the board's efforts to develop updated objectives and implementation for the portion of the Bay Delta Plan addressing the Sacramento River and its tributaries and Delta and East Side tributaries and the Delta itself. In October of this year, Cali, PA and the Natural Resources Agency sent a letter thanking water districts for their engagement over the last several years to develop a voluntary agreement that would improve conditions for fish and wildlife in the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta and its major rivers. While complimentary, the letter made clear the proposed voluntary actions by water agencies on the San Joaquin River tributaries had fallen short of needed flow and habitat improvements necessary for a scientifically defensible voluntary agreement. And they would therefore focus their efforts on advancing a VA on the Sacramento River basin users and water agencies who contract with the state and federal water projects. In the letter, the secretaries indicated that the State Water Board should continue with all activities necessary to implement the flow objectives established by the 2018 Bay Delta Plan. Staff will provide an update on the San Joaquin River flow and Southern Delta salinity implementation activities to date and possible options for implementing those objectives in the future. I want to emphasize that the board has made no decision on which of these implementation options or combinations of options that the board will select. And no decisions will be made today, as this is only an informational item on process and general timeframes. We do intend to move forward with implementation of these objectives diligently, as will be described in the staff presentation. We remain open for the potential for voluntary agreements to serve as a means to implement the Bay Delta Plan objectives that were established in 2018 for the San Joaquin River and its 3 major tributaries. You may recall that the program implementation that was adopted in 2018 includes opportunities for voluntary agreements, and we will consider proposals as they may come forward. As I said earlier, staff will also provide a brief update on actions and timelines for updating the portion of the plan addressing the Sacramento River and its tributaries, the Delta Eastside tributaries and the Delta itself. We anticipate that this update will include new water quality objectives and a program implementation to achieve those objectives, similar to here on the San Joaquin side. As part of the update process, the board will need to develop and adopt a CEQA document that analyzes the impacts and benefits of different alternatives. Secretary Blumenfeld and Secretary Crowfoot continue to lead efforts to develop voluntary agreements for the Sacramento River Delta and Delta watershed, and look forward to receiving a detailed proposal that can evaluate as an alternative in our environmental document and in support of possible Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan. But voluntary agreements are not suitable for a plan update, and they're not a substitute rather for a plan update, And today's discussion is not about the merits of proposed VAs. And since the board has not received a finalized VA, that discussion would be premature. What would be most helpful today is to hear your input on the implementation process for the 2018 Bay Delta Plan amendments and possible timeframes. I think it's important to remember that it's been nearly 30 years that the board has significantly updated water quality standards here in the Bay Delta. And 30 years ago, the deal was struck that these water quality standards would apply simply to the projects. A lot has changed in 30 years, and we know now that we need to address the entire watershed in a way that more comprehensively gets at what has been a long challenge here when it comes to ecosystem decline. And although the Endangered Species Act can often be confused for some of the conversation we're having here when it comes to the plan objectives and the water quality control plan update and its purview, they are 2 separate standards. And I think what's important here is to remember that this project can help really stitch together our watershed in ways that, although the Endangered Species Act is incredibly important to prevent species extinction, gets us to really ecosystem and watershed-wide recovery. So I appreciate everyone's time today and look forward to the information and discussion. And with that, I'll hand it over to Diane Riddle. Good morning, Ms. Riddle.
Good morning. Good morning, board members as well. My name is Diane Riddle. I'm one of the Assistant Deputy Directors in the Division of Water Rights. I will introduce the staff portion of the informational item today on upcoming actions to update and implement the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan. Next slide, please. I'll start by providing a brief overview of the topics we plan to discuss today. First, I will start with a brief background on the Water Quality Control Plan for the Bay Delta and the process to update and implement the Bay Delta Plan. Then I will turn it over to Aaron Forsman to talk about the effort to implement the 2018 update to the lower San Joaquin River flow and tributary flow objectives for the protection of fish and wildlife, and the Southern Delta salinity objectives for the protection of agriculture. Then I'll turn it over to Matt Holland, who will talk about the effort to update the Sacramento Delta and tributary components of the Bay Delta Plan. Today's update will cover the general timelines and steps to complete the processes to update and implement the Bay Delta Plan. We are not planning to discuss the details or substance of these efforts, which will be discussed in subsequent public processes associated with the different components of the update and implementation processes following additional board briefings and other necessary development steps. Next slide, please. To provide some context for today, I'll provide a little background on the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan and the update and implementation effort. The Bay Delta Plan identifies beneficial uses of water, water quality objectives for the reasonable protection of those uses, and a program of implementation to achieve the objectives, as well as monitoring and special studies to inform implementation and future updates to the Bay Delta Plan. The Bay Delta Plan includes municipal and industrial, agricultural, and fish and wildlife beneficial uses, as well as other beneficial uses, and water quality objectives for the reasonable protection of those beneficial uses. The water quality objectives in the Bay Delta Plan are primarily flow dependent and include both narrative and numeric objectives. The program of implementation includes both flow and non-flow actions, and both actions by the board and actions by other entities. The Bay Delta Plan is required to be reviewed on a regular basis, and that's what we're talking about today, pursuant to both the Porter-Cologne Act and the Federal Clean Water Act. As will be discussed in more detail in the presentation, in the San Joaquin River flow and Southern Delta components of the Bay Delta Plan update process, that portion of the plan was updated in 2018, and the Sacramento Delta components of the Bay Delta Plan are currently in the process of being updated. The last overall update to the Bay Delta Plan was completed in 2006, with the last major update occurring in 1995. Next slide, please. This slide provides an overall map of the Bay Delta watershed and the areas covered by the Bay Delta planning and implementation processes. The watershed includes critical habitat for numerous threatened and endangered species, as well as economically, commercially, and culturally important fish and wildlife, many of which have experienced significant declines and are facing high risk of extinction or extirpation. The watershed also provides critical water supplies for people, farms, and wildlife refuges, both within the watershed and areas that receive export supplies from the Delta in the Bay Area and areas south of the Delta. Next slide, please. This slide identifies the general geographic areas covered by the lower San Joaquin River flow updates to the Bay Delta Plan to protect fish and wildlife, including native salmon and steelhead and the Southern Delta salinity updates to the Bay Delta Plan for the protection of agriculture. Next slide, please. This slide identifies the general geographic scope of the Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan, focused on the reasonable protection of fish and wildlife, including salmon and steelhead and other species that rely on adequate flows, cold water, and appropriate habitat conditions in the tributaries, and migratory and estuarine species that rely on Delta outflow and Delta habitat conditions. With that introduction, I'll turn it over to Aaron Forsman to provide additional information regarding the process and timeline to complete implementation of the 2018 updates to the San Joaquin River flow and Southern Delta salinity updates to the Bay Delta Plan.
Thank you, Diane. Good morning, Chair Esquivel, Vice Chair Diadamo, and board members. My name is Aaron Forsman, and I'm a program manager in the Bay Delta Hearings and Special Projects branch. Next slide, please. So today I will review the 2018 plan amendments, summarize work that was initiated and has been in progress since adoption of the 2018 plan amendments, and summarize the schedule for moving forward with implementation of lower San Joaquin River flows and Southern Delta salinity objectives. In 2018, the board adopted amendments to the Bay Delta Plan for the lower San Joaquin River and its tributaries, the Stanislaus, Tuolumne, and Merced rivers. The amendments included new and revised numeric flow objectives for the protection of fish and wildlife and require 40% of unimpaired flow within an adaptive range of 30 to 50% of unimpaired flow from February through June. The compliance locations for the tributaries are shown in green dots near the confluence with the main stem of the San Joaquin River. There is also a San Joaquin River minimum flow requirement of 1,000 CFS at Vernalis within an adaptive range of 800 to 1,200 CFS from February through June. The Vernalis compliance location is identified with a dot that's half yellow and half green. Next slide, please. The 2018 plan amendments also revised the Vernalis and Southern Delta salinity objectives to 1.0 decisiemens per meter for the whole year or year round. The previous objective was 0.7 decisiemens per meter from April through August, and the 1.0 for the remainder of the year. The yellow dots show the compliance points associated with the existing objective. However, the new objective identified that the compliance points would really switch to compliance segments, which include San Joaquin River from Vernalis to Brant Bridge, Middle River from Old River to Victoria Canal, and Old River from the head of Old River to Grant Line Canal. These are the old compliance points are shown in yellow dots. Next slide, please. Implementation activities for 2018 Bay Delta Plan amendments are shown and summarized on this slide. Since the update in 2018, progress has been made on implementation of the plan amendments, including establishment of draft biological goals for Lower San Joaquin River, initial compliance methods for Lower San Joaquin River percent of unimpaired flow objectives, a final water quality certification for Merced River and Merced Falls hydroelectric projects, final water quality certification for Don Pedro and LaGrange dams, and a Stanislaus and Tuolumne Merced working group was initiated. Also, for Southern Delta salinity, we have worked with DWR and the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation to draft a comprehensive operations plan and monitoring and special study. And I'll be reviewing these items in greater detail in the following slides. So we can go to the next slide. The Bay Delta Plan contains water quality objectives for the protection of beneficial uses. Because water quality objectives are narrative objectives or based on physical or chemical water quality parameters, it's helpful to have additional information to evaluate the status and trends of biological populations. Numeric biological goals are metrics that represent important biological populations. Numeric biological goals, are metrics that represent important biological processes that are expected to respond to different management actions, such as changes in flow and habitat quality. The Bay Delta Plan uses biological goals to evaluate the effectiveness of the program of implementation and monitoring programs and inform adaptive methods. In addition, the biological goals will be used to inform future changes to the Bay Delta Plan. The draft biological goals have been developed for Lower San Joaquin River tributaries, fall run Chinook salmon populations based on viable salmonid population concepts. The need for biological goals and for other species will be evaluated in the future, as well as it's anticipated that the biological goals for salmon could change over time and be updated with advances in science. Next slide. This is a timeline for progress on the biological goals effort and our anticipated future activities. In January 2019, the Delta Science Program, through the Delta Science Program, the State Water Board commissioned an independent science advisory panel to develop methods for formulating quantitative biological goals. Staff developed initial biological goals based on recommendations from the panel, other biological goal efforts, and existing state and federal goals, and released a draft biological goals report in September of 2019 for public review and comment. Staff are currently making revisions to the goals and report based on comments received. We anticipate releasing the draft final biological goals report and holding a public workshop, including opportunity for public comment. This is anticipated to occur next winter in winter-spring of 2022. We anticipate bringing the final biological goals to the board for consideration of adoption in summer of 2022. Next slide, please. The updated Bay Delta Plan includes flow objectives that are expressed as a percent of unimpaired flow. This is a modified method for establishing in-stream flow requirements as variable flows that adjust automatically to extremely variable yearly precipitation pattern in California. The prior Lower San Joaquin River flow objective was expressed as a fixed monthly flow determined by water year type. Water year type is an index calculated as a proportional sum of monthly unimpaired flow and divided into 5 categories: wet, above normal, below normal, and critically dry. The Bay Delta Plan recognizes that the transition to variable flows based directly on unimpaired flow requires development of new procedures for calculating required tributary flows and evaluating compliance. Staff are also developing methods to evaluate compliance when using the adaptive methods that allow a water budget approach and described in the program of implementation. Next slide. In September of 2019, the executive director released an initial unimpaired flow compliance measures report for the lower San Joaquin River. We are currently working to finalize compliance methods for the default unimpaired flow objective and for compliance options that use adaptive implementation tools. We anticipate the release of the draft compliance methods report for public review and comment and holding a public workshop this coming winter and spring. After consideration of public comments and making any necessary changes, the report will be finalized for executive director's consideration of approval in the summer of 2022. Next slide. On this slide, we're going to switch gears and talk about Southern Delta salinity. As part of the program of implementation, the Bay Delta Plan requires the Department of Water Resources and United States Bureau of Reclamation to develop a comprehensive operations plan to address the impacts of the Central Valley Project and State Water Project operations on interior Southern Delta salinity. And they are required to develop a monitoring and special study to inform the future comprehensive operations plan, Southern Delta salinity compliance locations, and to characterize the dynamics of salinity variability in the South Delta. In February 2020, DWR and Reclamation submitted a draft comprehensive operations plan and monitoring and special study for public review and comment. DWR and Reclamation have been holding stakeholder meetings to discuss finalization of the COP and the monitoring and special study. We anticipate that a final comprehensive operations plan and monitoring and special study will be submitted to the executive director for approval next winter or spring, with additional implementation processes to follow as part of the overall effort to implement the 2018 updates to the Bay Delta Plan. Next slide. So returning to San Joaquin River flows, to assist in the implementation, monitoring, and assessment of lower San Joaquin River flow objectives, the State Water Board will form the Stanislaus, Tuolumne, and Merced Working Group, or STM, which will act as a regional watershed group that will coordinate activities in the lower San Joaquin River and the 3 tributaries. While the formal STM working group has not yet been formed, the board initiated the working group in 2019 by appointing an STM coordinator responsible for reaching out to potential STM members and other interested parties to solicit recommendations on the biological goals. Entities that will likely be part of the STM have had the opportunity to participate and provide feedback on implementation products thus far, like the biological goals and compliance methods reports. We anticipating establishing the formal STM working group this coming winter. Next slide, please. This slide goes over possible implementation processes. The State Water Board has multiple pathways for implementing the 2018 Bay Delta Plan amendments. Key pathways include adopting a regulation or holding a water rate hearing. A regulation could be applicable to all 3 of the lower San Joaquin River tributaries and apply to all responsible water diverters in the watershed. A regulation also could accommodate voluntary agreement as an alternative means of meeting the flow requirements, subject to approval from the State Water Board. The regulation for the Bay Delta Plan would go through the regular Administrative Procedure Act rulemaking process and compliance with CEQA. The State Water Board could also implement the Bay Delta Plan through a water right adjudication. Through this pathway, the State Water Board would hold a water right hearing to consider amending water rights to include terms and conditions as necessary to achieve the flow objectives. The Bay Delta water quality objectives are also being implemented through water quality certifications pursuant to the Clean Water Act, Section 401. The Division of Water Rights issued a water quality certification for hydroelectric projects on the Merced River in July of 2020 and on the Tuolumne River in January 2021. Additional actions are necessary to fully implement the requirements imposed through water quality certifications. For example, the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, or FERC, would need to issue the licenses that contain the certification conditions. The outcome of the licensing process may be uncertain for several reasons, including federal and state litigation. Also, the Stanislaus River does not have a pending application for water quality certification. Accordingly, the State Water Board will need to consider other pathways for implementation besides water quality certification. Next slide. Oh, actually, sorry, stay on this slide. I'm sorry, can you go back? Thanks. I did want to repeat something that Chair Esquivel mentioned in his opening remarks, that a final determination on the implementation pathway has not been made, and that all pathways provide options for voluntary agreements. Now we can go to the next slide. The program of implementation for the Lower San Joaquin River flow objectives in the Bay Delta Plan includes a compliance pathway that allows for consideration of voluntary agreements. The Bay Delta Plan allows for a voluntary agreement to serve as an implementation mechanism for Lower San Joaquin River flow objectives for individual tributaries or as a watershed, subject to acceptance by the State Water Board. Voluntary agreements may include commitments to meet the flow requirements and undertake non-flow actions, which may support a change in the required percent of unimpaired flow within the adoptive range of the objectives. These types of changes must be supported by California Department of Fish and Wildlife and satisfy the criteria for adaptive implementation methods in the program of implementation. As a reminder, this slide summarizes the adjustments allowed by adaptive implementation methods. They include changing the required percent of unimpaired flow, managing the flows as a block of water or a water budget and releasing as an alternative flow schedule, and using some portion of the flow after June to avoid adverse effects to fisheries at other times of the year that would otherwise result from implementation of the February through June requirements. The State Water Board encourages parties to develop and present any completed voluntary agreement for review as soon as possible if they would like those voluntary agreement proposals to be considered as the board moves forward with implementation. However, VAs can also be submitted after implementation takes place, since any implementation effort would provide additional opportunities for VA implementation in accordance with adaptive implementation. Next slide, please. The schedule on this slide is based on moving forward with a regulation because it appears to be the most efficient pathway forward with implementing the Bay Delta Plan updates. However, again, a final decision has not been made on the implementation pathway. Let's see, based on the assumption of a regulation, we anticipate that we would initiate CEQA process, and over the course of about a year, we would complete the environmental assessment and draft environmental document for public comments, notice of the regulation, and finalize the environmental document. We anticipate that the State Water Board would consider a regulation for adoption in the summer of 2023 and approve, and then if approved, would submit it to the Office of Administrative Law. And then I think with that, it's time for me to hand it over to Matt Holland to cover the process and schedule for Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan.
Thank you, Erin. So good morning, Chair Esquivel, Vice Chair Diadamo, and board members. My name is Matt Holland, and I'm a program manager in the Bay Delta Hearings and Special Projects branch in the Division of Water Rights. Today, I'm going to provide an update on efforts to complete the Sacramento Delta update to the Bay Delta Plan. As you'll recall from earlier in the presentation, the Sacramento Delta update encompasses the northern portion of the Central Valley, including the Sacramento River, its major tributaries, 3 tributaries to the east side of the Delta, and the Delta itself. So notably, this part of the Bay Delta Plan update effort includes the major north of Delta storage reservoirs of the State Water Project and the Central Valley Project, as well as the export facilities in the Delta itself. So I'm going to start with a review of past and upcoming major public products related to this effort. And then I'm going to cover the possible elements of the update and then go over key milestones and timeline as it looks at the moment. Next slide, please. All right, so for the Sac Delta update to the Bay Delta Plan in the fall of 2017, we released a scientific basis report that generally described the staff recommendations for Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan and documented the scientific basis for those changes. An earlier draft of the scientific basis report was reviewed by the Delta Independent Science Board and the public and was revised in light of that input that we received, and then was independently peer reviewed before being finalized and released. Next, in 2018, we released what we referred to as a framework for the Sacramento Delta update to the plan. And that framework was released to provide additional details about staff proposed plan amendments, including proposed flow levels and a program of implementation. In addition to the proposed amendments, the framework described default and voluntary paths for implementation for future plan amendments. Next, the draft staff report is currently in development. This is the CEQA document that Chair Esquivel referred to in his opening remarks. So we're calling it a staff report instead of a substitute environmental document, but it's serving that purpose as well. So this staff report will analyze the potential environmental and economic effects in these regions and in other regions that receive Sacramento Delta supplies, including through water supply contracts for State Water Project and Central Valley Project supplies and other export projects. The staff report will analyze a broad range of alternatives, including the proposal described in the 2018 framework, lower and higher flow alternatives, and a possible voluntary agreement. Next slide, please. So this slide is I'm going to go over possible elements of the update to the plan. I want to emphasize that the Sacramento Delta update is still in the planning stages. So specific features of the update that the board will ultimately consider are of course subject to change through that public process. The possible elements of this SAC Delta update to the plan were largely described in the scientific basis report and the July 2018 framework. And they include inflow objectives for the Sacramento River, its tributaries, the Delta tributaries, a cold water habitat for the tributaries, which is to ensure that increased flow requirements are reconciled with either storage, maintenance, or other measures required to maintain cold water habitat. A Delta outflow objective that would work with the inflow objectives from the lower San Joaquin and from the rest of the Sacramento Delta region. Interior Delta flow objectives that may govern Delta exports and operations of the Delta Cross Channel, and several changes to the program of implementation. Staff have proposed that the program of implementation contain both voluntary and default implementation paths, which may include a system-wide voluntary agreement, or it may include, more tributary scale voluntary agreements as described by Aaron previously in the lower San Joaquin portion. Additionally, the program of implementation would include updates to the compliance and effectiveness accounting, monitoring, reporting, assessment, and adaptive management measures in the program of implementation. Next slide, please. So in terms of schedule, staff continues to develop this draft staff report that includes a comprehensive analysis of the benefits and impacts of the proposed changes to the Bay Delta plan, including an assessment of alternatives. Staff anticipate receipt of a VA proposal that has sufficient detail for analysis in the staff report in early 2022. Assuming receipt of a VA proposal in early 2022, a scientific basis report would be developed between winter and summer of 2022, including opportunities for public review and comment. Following which, staff plans to make the draft staff report analyzing a VA and other alternatives available for public review and comment in summer of 2022. Sorry, I think I misstated that. We would be making a scientific basis report available in summer 2022. In fall 2022, we would be anticipating release of a draft staff report for public review and comment. Next, in the winter of 2023, we would hold a public workshop on the draft staff report, and in early fall 2023, we would conduct our response to comments and development of proposed final changes to the Bay Delta plan, anticipating board consideration of adoption in late fall 2023. And with that, this part of the presentation is complete. And next slide, please. We'd be happy to take questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron and Matt and Diane here. I don't have any questions at this time. I know we have a number of commenters. I'll kick it over to my fellow board colleagues. So if there's any comment or question here at the top that they'd like to provide. Yes, please, Vice Chair.
Looking for my hand raised button there. Yes, I just have a question about the STEM group. Could one of you talk a little bit more about process for developing the STEM group? I know you said a lot of the participants a lot of the likely participants have already been involved in voluntary agreement discussions, but maybe if you could talk a little bit more about the actual process for selection.
Hey, thanks, Vice Chair Diadamo. We have not identified the process yet for which we will be initiating the STEM group. We know that we intend to do that, but we don't have details so far. We have taken a lot of, we've tried to make sure that anything we've done so far has been available for potential participants in the STEM group to provide their views on things, to provide public comment, for example, on biological goals. But we haven't identified or outlined the strategy for initiating the STEM group.
Thank you, Erin.
Okay. And then the other question that I have has to do with the slide on adaptive measures and voluntary agreements. Just wanting to make sure, I'm looking for that slide here. I don't think I have it in my hard copy, but sort of drawing the distinction between the two. If there are not voluntary agreements, could you talk a little bit more about the adaptive measures process if there were no voluntary agreements?
Oh, certainly. So there are three ways you can adjust the objective. So we can start with the first one, which is changing between 30 and 50% of unimpaired flow. That would be for the February through June time period. So with the STM, there can be a proposal to adjust that flow value between 30 and 50% of unimpaired flow. And I should pull up the plan amendments, but there's a process for which that decision would be made. There's another adaptive implementation method, which we call flow shaping, but it really is managing the water as a total volume or a water budget. So we have estimates for the total volume of water that would come in from February through June through forecasts, and those are updated as the year progresses. Once we have an estimate of that flow volume that comes in February through June, you can make adjustments and say, operate to 30% of unimpaired flow, for example, in February and the first half of March, and take the water saved there and add it to late April and May, or an out-migration time period. So that's what we call flow shaping, but it's really just managing as a block of water or a water budget. And the last thing that can be done is some portion of the water could be saved and distributed late in fall, for example, if there are potential temperature impacts later in the year, or for some other purpose, for example, to enhance a fall pulse flow, for example. Those are the three primary adaptive methods. Those can also apply to the minimum main stem flow requirement at Vernalis. So those 3 to 4 things can happen, those adaptive implementation adjustments without a voluntary agreement. A voluntary agreement for compliance can be presented, and perhaps may propose floodplain restoration or some other non-flow actions. And that may be sufficient for moving within the 30 to 50% of unimpaired flow. It depends on what the voluntary agreement is, but they can operate separately or they can operate together. And I hope that's getting to your question.
Yes, definitely. Thank you. And then on the adaptive methods that you outlined, in order to decide on which one or a combination, that would also go through the STEM?
So we have to go back to that's all outlined in the program of implementation, and I can go pull up that information right now, but the kind of broad brush rules for how those decisions are made are all outlined in the program of implementation.
Okay. Well, I will definitely do that, but maybe later if you could, I don't want to take up a lot of time now, but I think that it would be helpful to get folks starting to think of the role of the STEM, especially in terms of their decision as to whether or not to participate.
Absolutely. I think there are details still to be worked out about the detailed governance pieces associated with STEM, but like the broad boundaries are identified in the program of implementation.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you for the good questions, Vice Chair. Board Member McGuire.
Yes, thank you. And thank you for the presentation today. Obviously, it's been quite a long time since we've last talked about the Bay Delta. I'll have some more comments at the end, but for now, just a question. Part of this is an incredibly complex and challenging implementation process that we're looking at here. I really thank you, Aaron and Diane and Matt, for describing your thoughts on it so far. It sounds like we've got quite a bit of work to do still to work through the details. And so I was hoping you could also speak a bit to the biological goals and objectives and how you see those informing either the adaptive implementation, which you just described, voluntary agreements, how will it ultimately work within the approach of the program of implementation? It's not, as I understand it, the biological goals and objectives aren't directly, they're not water quality objectives. They're not in our water quality control plan, but there's something that helps inform it. So it's been a while. So this, I think, would be a good time to maybe refresh what the intent of those are and how they can be used.
Certainly. So the intent of the biological goals, I would say there's two primary purposes, maybe three primary purposes. On a smaller scale or a shorter time frame, once the biological goals are established and we've been able to collect information that informs those biological goals, we can use that information to help us identify, for example, how we might shape flows using adaptive implementation options. The feedback or the survival, for example, of salmon might tell us how well we performed in shaping flows in a particular year, if we were to use that water budget approach, and make adjustments as necessary in follow-up years. So that's one way the biological goals can be employed. The other two ways that are important to consider are after the flows have been implemented for many years and we've been collecting information under biological goals, they can help us inform potential future updates to the Bay Delta plan. If the water budget approach has resulted in increases in populations and we've seen meeting some of those biological goals metrics, they are not abundance-based only, they include productivity, they include life history diversity and other items, then we can look to where we have successes, potentially where we need to do some tweaking and a little more work, and then that can help us inform how we update the Bay Delta plan. And the other way that we want to use those biological goals is actually just to help us, update the biological goals themselves. I think that they are set in that framework of placing them as goals and not specifically requirements, because we do recognize that as our scientific knowledge advances and as our monitoring capabilities advance, we will learn more and know more, and we want to be able to adjust them as necessary.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, board member, and thank you, Aaron. I think, for me, you look at the last 30 years and since the last update of the water quality control plan update, and we don't have as good information as we should, and be able to iterate off of this discussion. And so making sure we set ourselves up right for the years ahead, and these biological goals are part of that, so that we're ensuring that we're actually feeding information into management actions in a way here that gets us better at managing what are, as you said, board member, very complex systems and issues here. Other board members, any questions or comments before we start going to, I know, the good input of a number of folks that have joined us today? Okay, with that, I think we can start to get to then our speakers. Our first will be Gary Bobker and then Bel Gubiji. And these are all in order of comment cards received, just so folks know. Okay, Mr. Bobker.
Great. Can you hear me, Mr. Chairman?
We can. Good morning.
Great. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. Gary Bobker, Program Director at the Bay Institute. I'm happy to see this moment arrive. The picking up action on implementing the phase 1 amendments and proceeding with phase 2 is long overdue. And the board, I think you all recognize that we're in a process because the current water quality control plan objectives are not adequately protecting fish and wildlife beneficial uses. So I hope that there's a sense of urgency at the board to get this done. Because one of the most magnificent ecosystems in this country is at risk. So there's a couple of main points I want to make. First, with regard to the San Joaquin amendments, the implementation of the San Joaquin flow and salinity amendments, we and many others continue to have concerns that those objectives didn't go far enough in protecting fish and wildlife beneficial uses, but it's clear that implementing them would represent an important improvement in conditions for a system where salmon populations continue to decline and where water quality in the Delta has been degraded to a very alarming extent. So moving forward with them is important. And the experience of the drought, I think, has shown us that the board can use regulation to move forward in an expeditious manner to actually get implementation in a real world in a timely way, and not have to rely on the much more elaborate and time-consuming water rights process. So I basically support what I've heard from Aaron in terms of how the staff is planning to approach that. With regard to phase 2, same sense of urgency there. The main points I think I would make would be that this time you really need to include biological goals and objectives in that process. It's, I think, a mistake to consider biological goals and objectives only as indicators of how well we're doing for future adaptive management. They also represent a de facto description of what success looks like in achieving the board's goals for fish and wildlife beneficial uses, such as viability and doubling. So I think it's pretty important for us to consider, for the board to consider using draft biological goals and objectives to help the board assess what the results are of different approaches in the SED. Also, I was glad to see Matt Holland affirm that the 2018 framework is the basis for what's considered in the SED, although I understand that they'll be looking at other things as well. Which leads me to my last point about the phase 2 SED, and that is, the schedule there includes that there would be a draft VA for the Sacramento and Delta interests in I guess the first quarter or so of 2022. This is very reminiscent of a time exactly 4 years ago when directors Bonham and Nemeth were appearing before you and saying that there would be draft VAs with sufficient detail in about the same time in 2019. And that, as we all know now, there is not a final San Joaquin VA, and I think there's a lesson there, which is that clearly you're encouraging VAs and have, I think, identified that there are many milestones in the process where VAs can be considered, but I do not think that you should make any decisions about your schedule based on assumptions about VAs, because experience has shown us that there's no guarantee that VA products will be received on time, or that they will be actually completed and an actual agreement conveyed to the board. And also, experience has shown us from the recent letter, as a recent letter from the secretaries of firms, that VA negotiations can occur not only during the consideration of amendments to the water quality control plan, but long after those amendments have been adopted, as was the case in the San Joaquin, where the state and San Joaquin interests continued to negotiate for several years, unfortunately unsuccessfully. So I think that, the bottom line here is that, what I'm hearing today is encouraging, in that the board is moving forward and that it's willing to accommodate VAs, but seems to have a schedule that will move forward without being delayed or diverted by that. But I want to really emphasize that if the board wants to discharge its obligation under the law to protect fish and wildlife beneficial uses, and if it wants to provide adequate guidance and incentives for parties that are developing voluntary agreements, then the best thing it can do is move ahead aggressively with a schedule that results in real world implementation of the San Joaquin water quality standards and timely adoption and implementation of water quality standards for the rest of the system. That's the best thing you can do, both to protect those beneficial uses and to encourage agreements if they're possible. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Bopker. Apologies for starting to interrupt there. It just time-wise, you had gone over a little. So thank you. I appreciate it.
Can I just have a quick question, just to make sure I understood one of the comments there,
Yes,
or
of
one of the
course.
points there? So one of the things you mentioned early on in your comments was that the curtailment, the approach we use in the curtailment showed that we can successfully move quickly for implementation of phase one, I believe. And I'm just wondering, do you mean from the standpoint of through regulations, or can you just explain more how you think our curtailment actions are able to implement phase one quickly? I just wasn't following that.
Well, I think I'm just tracking the thinking of the staff. As I understand it from Erin's presentation, that and she was very careful to say that neither they nor you have made a decision on that. But one of the options that she laid out was a regulation similar to the curtailments that you used, in past drought years, which under the approach that she laid out and consistent with actions that were taken in the past, could be accomplished in less than a year potentially, but certainly within a year, as opposed to an adjudicative water rights hearing, which, as we all know, could take, if past experience is any guide, 2, 3, or 4 years. So that's and I'm not suggesting the board needs to make a decision about that now, but I think that it should definitely take very seriously the regulation pathway, given the need to actually start implementing. Thank you.
Yeah, just wanted to make sure I understood that. So recommending the regulation pathway for implementation. And I think, just pointing out that, as staff mentioned, it's very different if we have emergency regulation authority than if we're going through just in terms of timeline, than if we're going through a full regulatory process and without that authority. So just timeline wise, but yeah, I really appreciate the comments. Got it. Thanks.
Thank you, board member. Next, I'd like to call up Doug Obiji. Should be invited to unmute here.
There we go. Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Doug Obiji from the Natural Resources Defense Council. I appreciate the board holding this workshop and announcing that we will be moving forward with both phase one and phase two. A couple of quick comments. With respect to phase one, the board's 2018 water quality control plan update says that the standards will be fully implemented by 2022. And the timeline that has been proposed here under a regulatory approach would mean that the standards would not be in effect until sometime in the summer of 2023, meaning that they would not be implemented in 2022 or in the February to June period in 2023. In addition, as you know, the board has been presented with a temporary urgency change petition to allow Vernalis flows to be far less than the minimum flow established in the water quality control plan. With that in mind, I would encourage the board to seriously consider an emergency curtailment regulation on the Stanislaus, Tuolumne, and Merced rivers to implement the 40% of unimpaired flow in the plan in 2022. The board could do so using the emergency regulations in 1058.5 Because the regulation does not require the release of stored water, but just prevents the capture of inflow, it could easily be implemented through that kind of emergency regulation, like what has been adopted on the Scott and Shasta rivers or Mill and Deer Creek. And as the board has previously found in the 401 certifications, the failure to implement the water quality control plan does not provide reasonable protection for fish and wildlife. So this is a way to speed up the implementation in the near term while you are working on a longer term regulation. With respect to phase 2, I am concerned that the schedule for release of a draft staff report or CEQA document seems to be a year out from now. And depending upon when in the fall of 22 that would be. And also very alarmed by the idea of developing a new scientific basis report that looks solely at the VA proposal. The board has already gone through the peer review process required by the Health and Safety Code. And it seems like that is further delaying the release of the draft SED and moving forward on this. So we would encourage we would encourage you to speed up the release of the draft staff report and CEQA document, and certainly not to wait for mythical voluntary agreements. Finally, I do appreciate that staff continues to remind the board and all of us that the plan update should include not just delta inflows and outflows, but also interior delta flows and cold water habitat objectives for the tributaries. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Obiji. Appreciate your time this morning. Next, we have Thomas Berliner. And Mr. Berliner, I see you have requested about 15 minutes, and that's granted. And generally, we'll let everyone take the time they need today. So appreciate it.
Okay. I don't know if you can see me or not.
No, I think the camera is pointed the wrong, but it's okay. Audio works too, Mr. Berliner.
Maybe better.
Yeah, we can see you now. Good morning.
Hey, thank you. Good morning. I will not need the 15 minutes. I'm going to make a statement, and it should take less than 5 minutes. I'm speaking this morning on behalf of the Merced Irrigation District. I have 3 points. Recently, MID submitted this comment.
I apologize, Mr. Berliner. We're having a hard time hearing you. It sounds like you may be covering the microphone may have gotten covered somehow, because we can hear you, but it's very, if you can try again.
Okay, is this better?
Okay. Yeah, it is. Thank you.
Great, thank you. I just realized my hand was on the microphone. Thanks, sorry. Recently, MID submitted 3 comments. I urge the board members to review them. The comments include a discussion of current litigation where involving the water board and the water quality control plan. And the court has held that the way that the water quality control plan is to be implemented is through a water rights proceeding. So you are currently faced with a court order saying that the way to do the proceeding is through water rights, not through any other means. If the board intends to proceed with water rights, when it's an appropriate time to do so, you should notice it. That obviously, based on this morning's discussion, is still some time off in the future. In addition, if the board intends to rely on Stanford Vena, I agree with the comment just recently made here by Ms. Firestone that that holding would be inapplicable in this situation where you're seeking to adopt 30 years worth of changes to the water quality control plan in a proceeding. It's not qualified as an emergency as in the Stanford Vena case. My second point is recently the board adopted a racial equity policy that seeks to help protect disadvantaged communities. Based on our review, MID's review of the water quality control plan and the SED, it's devoid of any reasonable or applicable means to protect the disadvantaged communities in Merced County. If you refer back to the letter that I just mentioned, we highlight in there some of the racial disparity and the status of disadvantaged communities within Merced County. The average income lags far behind most of the rest of the state, and our population relies heavily on agriculture as a source of employment. In terms of thinking about health and safety, we seriously question whether drinking water alone is sufficient when people's livelihoods and the ability to put food on their table is reliant upon the availability of water to grow their product that results in economic gain. Finally, regarding the voluntary agreements, as you are well aware, no voluntary agreements have been submitted to you from the San Joaquin basis. The recent letter submitted by the secretaries, and for which we understand you are now proceeding, seems to try to shift blame for lack of agreements onto the tributaries. We suggest you look far closer to home. It is very difficult to negotiate with people who put nothing on the table. What we got from the state was, we don't like your proposal, bring us another. I don't like this rock, bring me another rock. We got nothing back that provided meaningful guidance. This morning, we heard from staff, well, no, the voluntary agreements are only going to apply.
Apologies, Mr. Berliner, we're continuing to now have some audio issues. Now we can't seem to hear you out. Can you please try to say something again?
Do you hear me now?
Okay, now we can. Thank you.
Great.
Sorry about that.
I apologize. I guess I have a poor connection. We heard this morning from staff that no, the voluntary agreements should be aimed at shaping the 40% flow requirement. That's not the basis upon which we entered the negotiations that started the voluntary agreement process. Our understanding was those agreements are supposed to help provide a way to meet the flow and biological objective requirements, and that they weren't solely focused on meeting the 40%, but rather were open to physical measures and other measures that might meet the objectives using less water. So I think we need to do something that's akin to a workshop like this that allows the agencies to come forward and present their proposals directly to the board and water board staff, rather than relying on the negotiations with the secretaries, which obviously have had 3 years of lack of success. With that, I conclude my comments.
Thank you, Mr. Berliner. I appreciate your time and engagement and comments here today and the discussion. And
thank you.
Look forward to
Sorry
further
for connection.
Oh, it's okay. Just appreciate it and look forward to further engagement. Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate that.
Next, we have Heinrich Elbert.
Thank you. Heinrich Albert, I'm a member of the Sierra Club State Water Committee, but I'm speaking today only for myself. I'll try to make my comments very short. I'll start by thanking the board and the agency for finally moving this process ahead, and remind you that time really is of the essence. The biological conditions in the Delta and in the tributaries is in terrible shape and is getting worse, and we really need to move on this. I want to urge you to establish biological goals that genuinely support fish and wildlife restoration, that those goals be science-based, that they're quantifiable, and they have to be enforced. Finally, I want to speak about this idea of compromise. I understand that this is a political process and that there are different interests in play, and that in a democratic society, compromise is the way that we resolve these different interests. But I want to remind you that the plan that the board adopted in 2018 is already a major compromise. The flow regimes that are called for are far below what is optimum for fish. These are already a major compromise. And furthermore, the flow regimes are adapted. That is, they could be lowered still further if it turns out that the biological goals are exceeded. That could be a basis for lowering the flow requirements. Further reducing the flow requirements without biological evidence showing that that flow level is not required to restore our fish and wildlife, that would be capitulation, not compromise. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I appreciate your time this morning. Next, we have Chris Schutz. Good morning.
Good morning, Chris Schutz from the California Sport Fishing Protection Alliance, or CSPA. Good morning, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. CSPA is pleased to see that the board is moving forward on the update of the Bay Delta Plan. The various proposed voluntary agreements that might have supplanted the update have been inadequate to date. They have also been the center of delay in moving the plan forward. As the board is aware, CSPA is one of the litigants opposing the adopted phase 1 of the plan update. My comments on the 2018 adopted plan are thus limited to what I may say regardless of the outcome of that litigation. First, the board needs to follow up on the resolution it adopted in December 2018 in passing phase 1, in the sense that it must spell out how it addresses droughts and sequential dry years. As we saw in 2014 and 2015, and again in 2021, reactive responses to temporary urgency change petitions, or TUCPs, is unacceptable process that does not protect public trust resources. On the San Joaquin, the board is limited to the framework it adopted in 2018, as may be modified by a court. Thus, the board may need to live in part with TUCPs as part of its approach to droughts. In the Don Pedro relicensing, CSPA and others proposed limiting approval of TUCPs based on water deliveries in previous years. The principle is, if a water purveyor makes risky water deliveries, that purveyor and its customers suffer the consequences if storage limits water available for delivery in the following years. Don't run reservoirs low and come back to the board complaining about lack of water. On the Sacramento and the Delta, the board should consider a more prescriptive and proactive approach. Regardless of the outcome of phase 1 litigation, the board must fill in the blanks it left in the adopted plan in terms of carryover storage requirements for major storage reservoirs in the San Joaquin watershed. Modeling assumed carryover requirements, but the adopted plan did not specify them. Similarly, the plan for the Sacramento River and the Delta must not reproduce this deficiency. The adopted plan for phase 2 must explicitly address reservoir operations. The board has not specified the role of upstream diverters in meeting the flow objectives in the plan update. Silence on that issue must end. The choices are not binary. The board could consider a percentage of water in a watershed available to upstream diverters, that percentage being different than what's available to downstream diverters, and consider that in addressing any requirement for percentage of flow bypass from upstream diverters. In adopting the plan for the Sacramento River watershed and the Delta, the board needs to clearly define the role of exports and of refill requirements, if any, required for non-CVP and SWP diverters. Finally, the board must be watershed specific. In adopting the plan for the Sacramento River and the Delta, the board needs to consider the constraints of each watershed and define how water purveyors in each watershed will comply. This includes how the board and other decision makers will make decisions on the interplay between reservoir operations, water deliveries, and flow releases. The update of the Bay Delta Plan needs to end the culture of deferring difficult technical and political decisions. A clear plan that defines coherent responses to such decisions is the best path for advancing and implementing the plan. Thank you very much for the opportunity to address you this morning.
Thank you, Mr. Schutz. I appreciate your time and for engaging the board this morning. Thank you. Next, we have Rachel Zwillinger, who will be followed by John McManus.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
We can. Good morning.
Great. I'm Rachel Zwillinger with Defenders of Wildlife. I first want to thank you for including the Bay Delta Plan update on your meeting agenda. It's really nice to have an opportunity to have a transparent public conversation about the plan update. And I want to thank you for committing to move forward with implementation of the new standards for the San Joaquin side of the system and for the development of standards for the Delta and Sacramento River. It's really nice to see some commitment to progress. Today, I simply want to stress the need for the board to proceed with urgency. First, urgency is needed to safeguard species that are literally on the brink of extinction. Without major changes to our water management, we risk losing Delta smelt, longfin smelt, winter wren Chinook salmon, and other species that are a part of California's natural heritage. Updating the Bay Delta Plan to increase flows into and through the estuary is the best way to improve conditions for these fish. Second, urgency is needed because the lack of adequate water quality protections for the Delta hampers California's ability to modernize water management and adapt to climate change. For example, there's talk of capturing excess flows in the Delta and using them to recharge groundwater basins in the San Joaquin Valley. But what are excess flows? We can't do responsible recharge without first defining and protecting the flows that the estuary needs. So what does urgency mean? With respect to implementation of the 2018 standards for the San Joaquin side of the system, it means pursuing an implementation pathway that's not wholly dependent on a water rights adjudication. And it's really encouraging to hear that the board is investigating the possibility of a regulatory approach. It also means sticking to the 2022 deadline that you previously established and not once again getting into a pattern of letting deadlines slip. With respect to establishing and implementing standards for the Delta and Sacramento side of the system, it means moving much more quickly than what you have proposed, which looks like we wouldn't be seeing adoption of standards for a full 2 years. The board has had years and years to work on this. It has a well-crafted framework and a strong scientific basis report. There's no reason why you can't have a draft plan and CEQA document out for public comment within 6 months and new standards adopted by the end of 2022. Finally, a note about voluntary agreements, particularly with respect to phase 2, which seem to actually contemplate that the agreements would play a role in defining the standards. For me, this year's drought has highlighted the inequalities in our water management system profoundly. While we have a handful of senior water rights holders that receive vast quantities of water, Delta communities suffer from harmful algal blooms that are exacerbated by low flows, and tribes see their way of life vanish as salmon runs are wiped out. The board's new equity resolution focuses, among other things, on ensuring equitable access to the board and its processes for these communities and others that have historically been marginalized. For some communities, the Bay Delta Plan update is the regulatory process that is the most important for protecting their interests, particularly disadvantaged communities in the Delta and several tribes. Does the board's consideration of a voluntary agreement advance equitable access? The agreements that are being discussed today are being negotiated behind closed doors with only the water districts that currently hold power and privilege in California's water management system. They will be presented for public consideration only once the state environmental protection and natural resources agencies have blessed them. Does this give a meaningful opportunity for Native American tribes, disadvantaged communities, fishing families, and others to weigh in? Does it represent equitable access? I don't think it does, and I'm increasingly troubled by this prospect. Thanks for your time today and for considering these comments.
Thank you, Ms. Willinger. I appreciate your participation today and your voice and continued engagement in these issues. Thank you.
I have a quick question. Sorry.
Yes,
sorry
of course.
To jump in. So I think we've heard now from, I think 2 of you that we are concerned around process-wise the scientific basis report step for phase 2 after, if and when we receive a VA. And I'm wondering if maybe this is a question for staff, but I'm just trying to clarify if staff could clarify why we're anticipating needing to take that step for scientific basis report if a VA is submitted, and just to my understanding is that the reason to do that is somewhat to provide that public space for and analysis for a VA as one of the project alternatives considered, since otherwise that hasn't been able to be included in what we did with the scientific basis report. But can staff just clarify process-wise how that fits in?
Yeah, I can try to take that. So one of the major features of voluntary agreements that have been proposed in the tributaries is habitat restoration in the tributaries, additionally habitat restoration in the Delta. And to the degree that those actions may be, I don't want to say substituting for flow, but, maybe, increasing the impact of flow measures such that lower flow alternatives may perform as well as higher flow alternatives in the absence of those actions. The existing scientific basis report didn't really fully analyze that set of trade-offs. And so what we anticipate is that CDFW and Natural Resources Agency more broadly will be assisting with developing a scientific basis report for the tributaries. And so it's not, or sorry, for a voluntary agreement. So it's not really a step that's diverting a lot of board staff effort. Our thinking is that we would want to get that additional scientific basis documented and have the review of that going in parallel with the development of the staff report. So because we have to analyze a voluntary agreement alternative if it comes in, and that scientific basis is going to be a portion of that. So in our existing staff report, we've incorporated a lot of the work that we did in the scientific basis report previously. And so we would be kind of folding in some of that information and additionally informing the full analysis through efforts taken by other agencies that are supporting the effort. Does that help?
Yes, that clarifies that. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, board member. And thank you, Mr. Holland. What I want to emphasize here is that this is a continuum of analysis and understanding in these watersheds, whether we're talking about the assets in a voluntary agreement, the contributions to the watersheds here, or what might be materializing as a result of our processes here. It's the same watershed. It's the same data, and scientific basis needs to have a real good continuity between these two things. I'll just note as well that prior to December 2018, our technical staff were not part of the discussion. There was a complete firewall between the efforts. And what it resulted is something of a discontinuity in some of the discussion. What we have now is greater continuity and can help make sure that we are able to move faster than not and feed this sense of urgency. I think we have a lot of great work to capitalize over these last years in discussion, and a continuity of the technical understanding and the scientific and importantly, it feeding our processes here is a good thing. And so I appreciate it. Mr. McManus, good to see you.
Can you hear me now?
We can. Good morning.
John McManus, Golden State Salmon Association. Appreciate what's been shared today. Relative to phase 2, I'm encouraged to see that there are temperature considerations that are being built into it on the part of the water board. To my knowledge, that has not been part of the voluntary agreement discussion with those in the phase 2 region. I could be wrong, but that's pretty important to have that in there. Also, I'd like to make one other comment about phase 2, about an element that's not currently in there. Right now on the Sacramento River, to my knowledge, there's really only 2 areas where there's minimum flow requirements. One is at Keswick Dam, and the other one is down at Wilkins Slough. These have proved inadequate to protect salmon. So in your phase 2 considerations, I would heartily recommend that you consider other minimum flow requirements in the Sacramento River, or at a minimum, perhaps an alternative would be to boost those minimum flows at Wilkins Slough that exist right now, certainly in the springtime. I mean, we're losing tons of juvenile salmon in the spring because we have no minimum flow requirement on the Sacramento in the spring. Moving over to phase 1, I want to echo the comments of those, especially Doug Obigi, pointing to the use of emergency declaration or procedures in order to get curtailments going on the 3 tributaries of the San Joaquin right now. I heard member Firestone question this, and I've heard people reference the Shasta and the Scott Rivers and Mill Creek and Deer Creek. You all are very familiar with what happened there. I'd like to posit that between the drought and the extinctions that are happening on your watch, we're losing Delta smelt at least, and perhaps winter run salmon. I think you're in a position, you could declare that emergency right now in the phase 1 region and curtail those flows. I also want to comment on the comments of the agricultural representative, Mr. Berliner, who spoke. You heard him tell you that they consider health and human minimums to encompass irrigated agriculture. You're going to encounter this kind of talk, this kind of thinking going forward as you try and do anything positive for the ecosystem. And I just want to encourage you not to take the bait, not to stall, to step on the gas here. We're losing species. Our salmon industry is decimated. As you know, we're living on hatchery fish right now because of the poor conditions in the Central Valley. That's something that you all can do something about. You know, I often wonder what we can say to you that would make any difference in the world. And I think about all 5 of you having accepted this position, ostensibly overseeing, regulating a water system that's badly broken from over 100 years of abuse. And what you can do in your short time here, I know every morning you got to get up and look in the mirror. We all do. I would just hope and pray that you can accelerate this process to save the ecosystem. Don't get too mired in the granular procedure stuff. You've got the tools at your ability, and I'll stop there.
Thank you, Mr. McManus. I appreciate your time and contributions to the discussion today. Thank you.
Can I just clarify because I think a number of my comments before, questions before on emergency curtailments order, because I think maybe misunderstood from speakers. I think I was just trying to understand what the recommendation was in terms of looking to what we've done with the curtailment order, which I understand now was just a recommendation that we go the regulatory route rather than the adjudication route. I think the idea of emergency curtailment for, a short period of time isn't something that, that seems like something that to to understand more about. And I certainly wasn't weighing in on that, but I just heard that idea from Mr. Abiji after I asked that question. Mostly, I just wanted to recognize that the timeline for the process of adopting regulations without an emergency order is significantly different and longer than the timeline for the process for adopting emergency regulatory regulations. And so when we're thinking about timeline, just recognizing that certainly that takes longer. And I think we all recognize that the adjudication of water rights takes a lot longer than that.
Thank you, board member. And thank you again, Mr. McManus. Next, we have Barry Nelson.
Thank you, Chair Esquivel and board members. Barry Nelson with Golden State Salmon Associates. Want to make sure you can hear me. Thank you. We welcome the letter from the secretary is the recent letter clearing the path for the board to move forward. Your phase 1 standards, as you know, are not as strong as we think is required, but we welcome this end in the gridlock in the Bay Delta process, and that's a really encouraging sign. 4 quick, short recommendations. First, we urge you to move forward as rapidly as you responsibly can. We urge you not to wait for voluntary agreements. The process allows for them, but don't wait for them. Your staff mentioned the implementation pathway. Board member Marcus just discussed that. And both John McManus and Doug Abiji talked about the curtailment approach. I won't discuss that further. Fourth, I'd like to make sure I highlight the need to focus on implementation of the board's existing salmon doubling policy. Please don't weaken that policy. You're the only agency with the regulatory authority to require adequate flows to protect fall and late fall run Chinook salmon and the fishing industry. So maintaining and implementing that doubling requirement is critical. I'd like to use the remainder of my time to focus just on 2 things. First is the status of the ecosystem. And second is a little more about voluntary agreements. I'd like to thank the staff for their presentation, but there was something important missing from the staff presentation, and that is a summary of the status of the ecosystem during the last 26 years since the Bay Delta plans were last upgraded. Won't give a detailed presentation. I'm just going to hit some highlights, or maybe I should call them lowlights. The pelagic organism decline, a dramatic decline of broad range of estuarine species happened during those 26 years. All of the listings and petitions for listings other than winter run and spring run. So spring run Chinook salmon, Central Valley steelhead, green sturgeon, longfin smelt. Some of those listed species are on the brink of extinction. The 2008-2009 salmon fishing closure, the effects of which still linger in our industry. The 2014-2015 fishery disasters in terms of temperature upstream. We spoke yesterday about TUCPs that we've seen in the past, allowing additional harm by weakening inadequate standards. So that has further exacerbated environmental decline. A decline in all of the states, all of the Central Valley's wild salmon runs, running exactly counter to the direction mandated by our doubling requirement. And as John McManus mentioned, a dramatic decline in the fishing industry in terms of jobs, communities, economic health, and so forth. We do, as John McManus indicated, depend on hatcheries right now, but hatchery releases used to be made routinely at rivers, at hatcheries. And now, because our rivers have been allowed to become literally lethal, and the Delta become literally lethal, those hatchery releases have to be made by bypassing the rivers and the Delta. And that's a real failure of the state board. The explosion of harmful algae blooms, this list could go on. And I urge future meetings for your staff to really highlight all of these trends as you consider how to move forward and how to move forward urgently. I would just last on this subject highlight that Diane Riddle mentioned that the last major update was in 1995, the Bay Delta Plan. That means the board has failed to do a substantive comprehensive review for 8 successive triennial reviews. It's time. Please move forward as rapidly as you can. Second, with regard to voluntary agreements, you're going to hear more calls for you to delay for voluntary agreements, both phase 1 and phase 2. You should not do so. There are 3 reasons for that. First is this process has failed for 10 years. I went back and looked at testimony by water users before the state board in 2010. Those water users called for a voluntary agreement, then called the Bay Delta Conservation Plan. Since then, there have been more than a half a dozen deadlines and milestones that have been failed to be met. This process has failed for 10 years. You should not wait for it. Second, you will hear and have heard claims that state board action would undermine voluntary agreements. That's not true. I've been involved in a lot of voluntary agreements. By delaying and sending a signal that the state board will accept delay, the state board in the past has discouraged progress in voluntary agreements. But don't take my word for that. In May of 2020, Rick Frank at the UC Davis Law School, former chief deputy of the environment section at the AG's office, wrote about this issue. And I forwarded this article to your staff this morning. I'll simply read the last 2 sentences of his article. By moving forward now to finalize and implement new flow requirements, the board could breathe new life into stalled negotiations. To do otherwise risks both ecosystem collapse and the board's reputation. Truth is that voluntary agreements are hard, and moving forward with both phase 1 and phase 2 will encourage the hard work of real voluntary agreements. That process is not promising at this moment. The third reason why you should not wait is with regard to equity. You have seen a letter raising serious concerns by tribal and environmental justice groups and other groups. Golden State Salmon Association supports those concerns. And it's important for the board to acknowledge that no environmental or fishing groups are participating in the VA process, that tribal and EJ groups that have been excluded have raised serious concerns with regard to consistency with the board's newly adopted racial equity policy. No one should mistake the current VA process as an effort to achieve a consensus on Bay Delta issues. That process has been designed to exclude issues and to exclude critical parties. So if any VA emerges from those closed door negotiations, the board should subject that proposal to careful scrutiny regarding concerns from environmental and fishing groups and pay particular attention to the concerns of tribal and EJ groups with regard to equity. And frankly, to date, there's been no sign that the existing VA effort is taking any meaningful steps to address those equity concerns. And I'll close there and simply urge you to move forward as rapidly as possible. The stakes are extraordinarily high. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Appreciate your comments today and your contributions to the discussion. Thank you. Next, we have Barbara Berrigan-Perea.
Good morning, Chair Esquivel and board members. First, I want to say thank you for the thorough updates today. We have 3 areas on which we wish to comment. I want to echo the comments of Rachel Zwillinger, Doug Obigi, John McManus, and just now Barry Nelson. Delta environmental justice communities by design are excluded from voluntary agreement processes, and we see voluntary agreements as a continuation of racial inequities built into the California water rights system. Who gets to sit at the table and who doesn't? In regard to implementation of phase 1, we have great interest because of our large subsistence fishing community, which includes roughly 40,000 fishers. We have a great interest in seeing how the biological goals of phase 1 will match up or not match up with the biological opinions for the estuary. And we hope that this is addressed robustly by upcoming staff reports. Second, for the public, we have a special request. It would be wonderful if the board could create a one-stop shop webpage where compliance timelines, reports for comments, processes can easily be identified by the public as part of this process. They just have to look up the process. Ideally, it would include a rubric for measuring results, success, and problems. Today's presentation is filled with really important tracking materials for the public, But keeping up with all these processes and comment deadlines separately is very cumbersome and difficult for environmental justice groups, which have a direct interest in the recovery of fisheries and water qualities, but they don't necessarily have the resources, the manpower to spend all of their time delving and tracking into processes. They need a clearinghouse that's easy to work through. You have wonderful staff leadership on data creation and accessibility, really good thinkers on staff. And if we could apply their good analysis and abilities, I think it would demystify this process for a lot of Californians. That would be invaluable, and it would up the equity game. Third, while we work toward implementation of phase 1, water quality and fishery conditions just worsen. This last year, 2021, there were 24 reported incidents of HABs in the Delta, mostly in San Joaquin County and Contra Costa County, but all near Delta urban communities. You have a framework today, but no staff plan for phase 2. And this is an important detail because 80% of the freshwater flow sources for San Joaquin County are from the Sacramento River, despite potentially increased flow from the San Joaquin River. Sacramento River flow is essential for protecting drinking water quality for Stockton's Delta water intake plant. If the staff plan isn't ready until fall 2022, that information will be made public after the 90-day comment period for the Delta Conveyance Project. And that won't fully serve the public interest. We're going to be going backwards to planning after plumbing again. It would be great to avoid that inextricable knot again. I understand you don't really want to discuss VAs as far as a process, but now we're hearing that they're going to be built into phase 2, and there will be an examination of interior Delta flow objectives. Having a true picture of what is transpiring on these fronts is essential for a true understanding of how the proposed Delta Conveyance Project would be operated. And we need this information before DWR forces through a very limited 90-day comment period that they are planning this summer for the Delta Conveyance Project. I just absolutely urge this board that whatever we could do to not go back to that knot of plumbing before plan would really serve the public interest in California. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bergen-Perea. I appreciate the recommendations here, and do know that as I think some know, the website and the way we communicate our public comment periods, the complex work that the board is doing is something that we are trying to get better, and appreciate the suggestion that here, when it comes to the Bay Delta plan, might be a place where we can have some practice in place around that. But it's important to get resources for that website. Anyway, thank you, Ms. Bergen-Perea. Really appreciate it. Next, we have David Warner.
Thank you. I'm Dave Warner, a Palo Alto resident. I'm in 100% support of Mr. Nelson's earlier comments, and my comments should be viewed as complimentary. We have invested 3 years in the voluntary agreement process for phase 1, and so far without result. At the same time, the salmon, particularly on the Tuolumne, have had, can you hear me? Uh-oh.
Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Apologies.
Okay, pardon me. Okay, at the same time, salmon, particularly on the Tuolumne, have had a disastrous 3 years. The lawsuits against the Water Board are still outstanding, so maybe now the voluntary agreement process should also be titled settlement negotiations. In any event, please consider changing the structure around the negotiations in an effort to improve chances of their success. To mention 3 of a number of possibilities. First, improve the transparency so that it's easier for us constituents such as me to hold their water agencies accountable. 2, be clear on a framework for what a voluntary agreement or settlement should include. And, sorry, I can't read my writing, and communicate what is most important. In my mind, adaptive management, as you, the Water Board, uses the term, is one of the most important criteria, along with metrics for measuring effectiveness. And 3, offer drought off-ramps, something like where after 5 years of a drought, flow requirements would be relaxed, as you have demonstrated in practice. Given the lack of transparency, you may have already done some of these things, and so if so, thank you. Resolving these conflicts soon improves chances for survival of the ecosystem and would be a win for all. And I'd like to conclude by just one quick shout out for Valley Water, dropping their opposition to the Bay Delta plan. Thanks so much for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Warner. Really appreciate your good comment and for engaging with us here today in the board. Thank you. Next, we have Stephen Rosenblum.
Hi. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, members of the board, chair, and staff. My name is Stephen Rosenblum. I'm a resident of Palo Alto, and I'm speaking today to urge you to continue on the path of developing strong rules and objectives for the Bay Delta Plan, particularly for the lower San Joaquin River. Biological research has shown that habitat improvements suggested by the voluntary agreements are no substitute for minimum flows in the riverine environment. The goal of 30 to 50% minimum flows was already a compromise and will hopefully be enough to prevent catastrophic declines that we have seen in salmon runs in the rivers in dry years when flows have been throttled well below 30%. As a resident of the Bay Area and a customer of the San Francisco Public Utilities Commission, I've done my part to reduce my water consumption. I've removed my lawn and replaced it with native plants, water by drip irrigation using a smart water controller, installed low flow shower heads and low flush toilets. I will continue to do my part to conserve, but I want that effort to lead to a better river environment as well. On August 20th, 2018, the Palo Alto City Council voted unanimously to support the State Water Resource Control Board's requirement of 40% minimum flows on the Tuolumne, in spite of opposition from the Bay Area Water Supply and Conservation Agency, of which Palo Alto is one of the members. I urge you to take this as a vote of confidence in the direction that the State Water Resources Control Board should be taking to support minimum flows as the starting point. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Rosenblum. Really appreciate you taking the time here to address the board and share your comments. Thank you. Next, I would like to call up Regina Chicazola. Good morning.
Hello. Well, I think you all probably know that I very much support this process, phase 1 and 2, since I've been going to water board meetings about it for many, many years. And I just wanted to repeat and support the urgency that has been expressed before this board, and also the difficulty people have had in engaging in this process. When the decision to approve phase 1 was happened, I actually came into the board, as you probably remember, with many tribal members and their families, and it all day. And then since then, people don't understand what's happening with the lack of implementation or the slowness of implementation. And so I just really want to repeat that breaking this down and explaining how it's all related to everything you do is really important to the general public. That said, I also want to really express the critical need for phase 2 to move quicker and to be approved. And a lot of it is based on the same thing that Restore the Delta said, that plumbing is happening now before any kind of protections can be put in place. There's a proposal for the Delta Tunnel to have a new diversion. There's a proposal for the site's reservoir to have a new diversion. And meanwhile, we have this great water rights injustice happening where people like Sacramento rice farmers are using 4 times as much water as the city of LA while we're having major fish kills. Along with that, we're also having a reconsultation happening on the biological opinions. And as you know, we also speak a lot about the temperature management plans and the need for carryover storage protections in the North State. And all these things are so related, but without flow standards in place, so we know what the needs for bypass flows are, it's going to be really difficult to make sure that all these new diversions and all these water rights decisions are well informed by science. So I wanted to say all of those things first, but I also wanted to say how extremely critical this is as far as a racial and environmental justice issue. As you all know, surface water really supplies a lot of the state with drinking water. And if we're having toxic algae blooms in our drinking water supplies, that is a major racial and environmental justice issue. Also, the amount of pollution and pesticide concentrations in our water supplies is much higher without good, clean flows, which can come from the Sacramento River. But also, Native communities within the Sacramento River have not had the ability to harvest salmon, and many of them don't have clean water. And that is a massive environmental injustice, especially considering that when we talk about these water rights, we don't talk about how people receive these water rights through massive genocide during the gold rush. And the water rights system is still directly related to the gold rush. And the tribal water rights within the system are still not recognized within this state, and neither is the inherent fishing rights of Sacramento and Bay Delta tribes and communities. So I just think that there's so much going on with phase 1 and phase 2, but we can't look past the fact that this is a racial justice issue. It is an issue of justice on water rights, and it's an issue of clean water for people also. I mean, yes, it's about the salmon, and it's about the fishermen, and it's about making sure that we don't have species going extinct, but it's also about getting California to a place of justice, because we are one of the worst states in the nation for our treatment of Native people. So I think that's the major things that I have to say. But also I just wanted to reiterate that when you do this process, it's really important to think about where the water supplies come from and protection of those water supplies so that water is clean. And definitely things like floodplain habitat and carryover storage are critically important to these issues. And unfortunately, and I know this is the board has things that are really hard on its plate right now, but you're going to have to be able to take on water rights and from a justice lens, including on how we deal with the Bureau of Reclamation and the Federal Water Project within this, because the Federal Water Project keeps putting the State Water Project, the salmon and tribes second, then no one in California is going to have access, or not no one, but many people in California will not have access to clean water or salmon. So that's the majority of what I had to say. Please move quickly. We really look forward to working with you on phase 2 and making sure that our communities in far Northern California can engage in phase 2. And we are really hoping that phase 2 moves forward in a way that makes sure that bypass flows and flows are protected for fish through the water rights hearing for Sites Reservoir and the Delta tunnels. Thank you so much for letting me speak today. And also just to let you know, a few of the people who work with us who are tribal members did put in their comment cards kind of late in the process. So I'm hoping you have the ability to get to them. Thank you.
Definitely will. And thank you, Ms. Gigazola. Really appreciate your good comments and contributions to our discussions as always here. So thank you. Next, we have Zoni Thompson. Or apologies, I think we have Deirdre Desjardins. Need to look at my ticker, not just my list over here.
Hello, Deirdre Desjardins with California Water Research. I wanted to second the observations by Barry Nelson, Gary Bobker, Doug Obigi, and others that the water board needs to move forward with the process of developing regulatory standards for phase 2. Game theory shows that the voluntary settlement agreements have a low probability of converging. In 2012, Keva Madani, an Iranian water resources management official, wrote a paper with Jay Lund applying game theory to Bay Delta cooperative agreements. They concluded For a large, complex problem, such as the Delta, with many parties whose traditions and internal dynamics reduce their likelihood of cooperating even under favorable circumstances, the overall probability of a consensus agreement becomes rather small. The in-person game theory model in that paper thus entirely predicted the delays we have seen in getting a cooperative agreement. The board should not expect that the proposed schedule will be met. Kiva Madani and Jaylon further noted the Delta's sustainability is not guaranteed without powerful mechanisms providing incentives for cooperation or penalties for deviation from cooperation. Although recent efforts address symptoms of the problem, they have not yet solved a main cause, the lack of effective and responsive governing mechanisms. The Delta Reform Act of 2009 was passed by the legislature to create an effective and responsive governing mechanism for the Delta. The Delta Plan was created and adopted by the Delta Stewardship Council to implement that law. But the Delta Plan relies on actions by the Water Board to implement needed environmental flows. And the failure of the Delta Plan and the Delta Reform Act to meet the goal of restoring the Delta ecosystem is thus ultimately due to the delays in the Water Board's actions. And I'm very aware of all of the behavioral and social and institutional issues that have led to those delays. And I hope we're returning to an era when the Water Board can be in the eye of the storm of California water and can take regulatory action, because without it, this process is just going to fail. Finally, the Delta Reform Act does require that the Water Board enact appropriate Delta flow criteria in any permit approving a change in the point of diversion for the State Water Project or Central Valley Project. And that's proposed to come before the board, I believe, sometime in 2023, but I have not seen any indication that the board has any kind of formal process or formal consideration of alternatives for appropriate Delta flow criteria. And John McManus's observations about needs for flows at Wilkins Slough and those kind of mandated flows, those are the kinds of considerations that have to be done because it's documented. The decision 1641 flows never considered North Delta diversions. And we simply don't have the kind of studies about alternatives for mandatory flows on the main stem Sacramento River. And I would argue that the current difficulties in implementing adaptive management, and let's be clear, the salmon doubling policy and CalFed had adaptive management, so that the board should not rely on adaptive management processes or the Endangered Species Act for appropriate flow criteria pursuant to the Delta Reform Act. So, I urge you to look at your statutory responsibilities in the whole context of Delta governance and in the context of the Delta Reform Act, because we're failing. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Desjardins. Appreciate your good comments and always great insight and contributions to California water, truly. Thank you. Next, we have Sheridan Neolani Enomoto.
Aloha mai kako. My name is Sheridan Noilani Inamoto. I'm also a co-director with Save California Salmon with Regina. I am curious if Chief Colleen Sisk is on the line, because if she is, I would prefer to defer my minutes to her to have a chance for the tribes to speak.
Yeah, thank you for that. And I don't see Chief Sisk on here.
Okay, hopefully she will attend. As Regina mentioned, one of the tribes have submitted their speaker cards late. But with the time given, thank you very much for allowing me to speak as well with Regina. I just want to say also that besides being a co-director of Save California Salmon, I've also been a participant of the Run for Salmon Indigenous-led movement for the past 6 years, which literally follows the watershed from the North Bay Delta all the way up to the Sacramento going north. And when you have a relationship with water and watersheds firsthand, I can honestly tell you what is happening to our waters. And it's really important that we start really having those relationships being a regular practice, especially if we are given the responsibility and accountability of making decisions for our water. I can tell you firsthand that the quality of water in the Bay Delta is in severe emergency. And so much has already been said, but I can't overemphasize this enough, that whether it's phase 1 or phase 2, we are in emergency. We are in a state of emergency. And I say this because 98% of winter run salmon and many spring run salmon have died. Endangered Delta smelt have not been found. And we cannot take these biological realities assessments lightly, nor do I think we are taking them lightly. But we need to be really clear that when salmon thrive, we thrive, because they are. And when we have healthy watersheds for all, that's the definition of thriving. We are not in that space. The other thing I want to mention is the allocation of funding. We need to make sure, so much has been going towards new reservoirs like the Delta Tunnel. I also want to mention the Sites Reservoir that's being proposed, as well as other kinds of water infrastructure. But it's not really, it's being prioritized above the quality of the health of our rivers. And the other thing to stress, someone had mentioned sort of underplaying the importance of having access to drink healthy, clean drinking water. If we don't have access to not only equitable access to water, drinking water, clean, healthy water, or we're dealing with the drought, we can't show up to work. So it's not so much having water just for special interests or for one, it's water for all. Water is life for all. And it's not just for a few, and there's no price for that. When we don't have water, when water is contaminated or compromised, there's nothing that we can do. We can't do that. We can't afford that. And we can't afford to delay these processes to move forward for equitable water justice, as Regina mentioned, water justice and really water equity. Because that's the way water is. We're in a relationship with water. Water is life, not just for a few, but for all. So, just thank you for that time. And hopefully we'll have other important Indigenous voices that need to be heard, that have definitely been dismissed in this process, not adequately consulted. And we need to change that. And I'm looking forward to having that progress. Thank you.
Thank you. Really appreciate you taking the time and here providing a good comment, and look forward to living up to better engagement there. I know we have a recent appointment at Cali, PA, our new tribal advisor, Bita, and we look forward to making sure that folks are really engaged in the process here. So thank you. Next, I'll call up Aaron Woolley, and after that, let's go ahead and take ourselves just 10-minute break so we can make sure we're fresh and absorbing folks' comments. Ms. Woolley.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name is Erin Woolley, and I'm a policy advocate at Sierra Club, California. I'm excited to see that both phase 1 and phase 2 of the Bay Delta Plan process are moving forward. It's been 3 years since phase 1 was adopted, as you all know. And while implementation has been stalled, flows to the Delta have worsened and water quality is continuing to decline. I'd just like to echo other commenters who've already outlined the really clear negative impacts that this has had on Delta species, which include salmon and smelt and other endangered species that need further protection. With that in mind, I really urge you to be aggressive during the implementation of phase 1 and the development of phase 2. This process really needs to move forward quickly and without any further delay. And in moving forward with this process, I also ask that you consider impacts of climate change on the Delta water quality. Drought conditions are projected to continue and to worsen. And I really urge you to consider throughout the planning process how the changes that the climate is going to experience are going to impact Delta water quality moving forward, and to adopt measures that will act preemptively to ensure that the water quality goals can be met despite those changes. Finally, I also want to recognize that the Bay Delta Plan doesn't exist in a vacuum. As the implementation and planning process moves forward, I also want you to think about the way that your decisions impact water quality in the Delta outside of the plan. This plan needs to be incorporated holistically in your processes. And I really urge you to remain cognizant of that when you're considering and ruling on other actions, including curtailment orders, new diversions, and permit applications. Thank you for the opportunity to address you this morning.
Morley, thank you for your time and really good constructive comment. I appreciate your time this morning, Ms. Woolley. Thank you. Let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break. We'll come back here at 11:10 and I'll resume. We have about 17 speakers left to go through and hear from. So just folks can get a sense of timing there. What we'll definitely try to do is try to take those in a tranche here then next, probably have some discussion likely, and then certainly, and then break for lunch and then get to item number 10 again after 2 p.m. But just for everyone's planning purposes, we'll take a 10-minute break. We'll be here back at 11:10. Thank you everyone for your time so far this morning. Okay, everyone, it's 11:10. We can begin together back. And I believe, hold on, let's see. Our first commenter should be Stuart Nakashima, and followed by Anissa Fargoso.
Okay, thank you for having me. My name is Stu Nakashima, and I thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. I'm speaking as more of an upstream user of the water that's coming down the Merced River. I'm a resident of Livingston, California, run a family farm and grow organic almonds and peaches, and we count on the waters that we get from Lake McClure and the Merced Irrigation District. I was asked to speak today because I want folks to understand some of the people who will be impacted and potentially harmed by the implementation of the new water quality control plan. I'm one of many Japanese Americans that farmed in the Livingston area for over 100 years. We are dependent upon the irrigation water from Lake McClure and the Merced River. Like many of my neighbors, I'm farming on land that was first farmed by my grandparents. We couldn't survive today without all the water that we get from the MID. Quick story about my family. My grandfather immigrated here from Japan in 1909. And initially was a migrant farm worker that traveled up and down the San Joaquin Valley and Sacramento valleys picking fruit. In roughly 1920, he settled in the Livingston area in a Japanese community known as Mato Colony. He worked for other farmers for about 20 years until he was able to afford his own land. Over the years, through a lot of hard work and dedication, he and my father expanded the farm from 20 acres to roughly 200 acres today. There were a lot of challenges in developing and maintaining the farm over the years, including extreme prejudice during the 1920s. The biggest challenge came during World War II when the Japanese Americans were ordered by the government to evacuate from the West Coast and interned in camps throughout the Middle America. They had roughly 2 weeks to evacuate and get all their affairs in order and whatnot. I won't go into any of the details as far as their hardships in their internment camps, but I wanted to say that they recovered from all that hardship, came back to their farms and restarted their lives after the war. And it's this farm that my family farm continues to farm today. There are also many of my neighbors that also farm in these generational family farms. We're very proud of what we do and what we have accomplished. Ultimately, we'd like to pass this way of life on to our children as well as our farms. I share this story with you to make yourselves aware and appreciate the ethnic makeup of this community around Livingston that will be potentially impacted by the loss of water that will result in the Bay Delta Water Plan. Although a lot of the Japanese American farmers have been supplanted by others, there are many other ethnic groups, including a rich community of resettled Hmong from Vietnam that settled after the Vietnam War, a thriving Sikh community near Livingston, and a large and vibrant Latino population that has now been taking over a lot of the farms in the area. I would argue that small towns like Livingston are perhaps even more diverse than the rest of California, and I believe they are. Then any new water policies should consider the impact on these highly diverse communities like Livingston. We count on the water from Lake McClure and the Merced River now to grow our almonds and to sustain our farms and our way of life. Water has supported my family farm and others like it for more than 3 generations now. Additionally, in periods like now where we have an extreme drought, we have the additional challenges of managing our water and balancing our water with the irrigation water coming from MID as well as from our wells. Although most of my family fields have access to wells, for more than 2 decades, our first preference has been to use MID water because we want to help preserve the aquifers below us, future generations. As most of you know, once those aquifers collapse, they cannot be recovered and are gone forever. Recognize that you all have many challenges in maintaining the water quality and fragile ecosystems in the Bay Delta, and I don't envy your position and the decisions that you have to make. However, my point is that I believe our community, like Livingston, should not totally bear the brunt of these actions and lose our livelihoods as a result. I ask that you look at all the options and consider the economic impacts that it has on the smaller farming communities and highly diverse communities like Livingston. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, importantly, for your voice, Mr. Nakashima. Really do appreciate you taking the time and engaging with the board here and making sure that we hear your voice and perspective here as well. You know, although the board's decisions may seem difficult and the position and the balancing here very difficult, we're all here as communities in difficult positions, particularly in drought, and know that what we all have is a common desire to have thriving ag, have a thriving ecosystem. And here it's a system that we've all inherited and are collectively reconciling together. And so just appreciate your engagement and voice and look forward to further engagement here and discussion. So just thank you. Next, we have Anissa Faragoso.
Chair Esquivel, I do believe that she is not on the platform.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, and I should glance at my scroll too, because I know sometimes.
That's okay. The next one I do believe is Jeanette Howard.
Okay, thank you. Jeanette Howard, Ms. Howard.
Good morning. Hi. Hi there. Yeah, good morning, Chair and members of the board. As other speakers have mentioned, I really appreciate the board including the Delta Water Quality Update on the agenda today. And like others who have spoken here today, TNC is feeling, I'm Jeanette Howard with the Nature Conservancy, sorry, I forgot to say that. TNC is feeling a real sense of urgency around the update. The delays to the water quality plan have made things more urgent for efficient ecosystems. And as others have mentioned today, Winter Run Chinook are collapsing, and as are Delta Smelt and Longfin Smelt, and we're on the brink of extinctions in this amazing state. And actions to complete the water quality plan, as you all know, is long overdue. The update is really an opportunity to begin to create the conditions needed for these and other species, which includes taking steps to enable their recovery and long-term viability. And we really appreciate the board's decision to move forward with phase 1. California depends on the board to protect the full suite of beneficial uses and users, and moving forward with a regulatory process we believe is the best way to do so in this case. We also ask the board to advance phase 2 as quickly as possible. TNC encourages the board to draft the SED for phase 2 ASAP without delaying for voluntary alternatives. And while TNC generally supports voluntary approaches, success really requires that representatives of all beneficial uses and users are involved via transparent processes. And as we've heard from others today, that hasn't been the case so far. So by setting an aggressive timeline for phase 2, the board can play an important role in incentivizing an inclusive process. And should that process fail to materialize in terms of the voluntary process, the timeline will then ensure the plan update is not delayed further. And finally, to get to where we need to be for both phase 1 and phase 2, we really need science-based biological goals and objectives and science-based management. And as a reminder, agencies and NGOs, a number of years ago, we did a lot of work to define viability for fall run, spring run, and omicus, and the environmental conditions needed to support them. And it's all in the 2019 Scientific Evaluation Process Report. It's an easy to read tabular form now, and we encourage the board to use that as a basis for defining biological goals, which is one step on the road to implementation. So thanks very much for your time and really appreciate all your hard work. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Howard, for continued engagement and what is, I know, a complicated landscape, but a lot of good opportunity here. So thank you. Next, we have Macy Richards, who will be followed by Tim Stroshane. Apologies.
Hi there, thank you. I'm Maisie Richards. My background's in fluvial geomorphology and geology, and have my most recent working experience has all been in river restoration, or the majority of my professional experience has been in the world of river restoration. I don't want to speak over or feel the need to reiterate what everyone has said. There's been so many powerful points made today. I'm grateful to hear all of them and learn from them. I do want to add just a few points that I think I could add to the discussion. The first was, there was in some of the earlier presentations, there was talk around sort of flow shaping. I think it was mentioned that salmon deaths or the degradation of salmon could be used as a metric to see whether the existing ways of shaping flow were successful or failures. And hearing that just brought an image to mind that I just want to offer today. It felt a bit like being in a mine surrounded by dead canaries, and then feeling the need to have an iterative adaptive management process in the mine to evacuate. That seems pretty backwards, pretty inefficient, and would likely lead to a lot more dead canaries and many other types of beings. So I just want to offer that metaphor there. And with that, I just, it seems like we're sort of looking at the cup half full here by saying, 30 to 50% of unimpaired flows, which means that the majority of flow, either the magnitude of flow, frequency of flow, whatever, is impaired, significantly impaired. And we can see what that has done to salmon populations currently. I also wanted to maybe just clarify, maybe someone could clarify this, but when you're looking at flows, flow regimes in rivers, it's not just necessary to look at the magnitude of flow, the actual volume CFS of water moving through, but you also need to look at the frequency of high flow events, the duration of high flow events, the seasonal timing of these flows, and the rate of change. So like how steep the hydrograph is. So I'm curious if that has been, again, it's kind of hard to understand the process of this. Maybe that has been taken into account, but it would be interesting to know what magnitude of impairment has happened in terms of frequency and timing and duration of flows as well. And then just sort of a note on that front around voluntary agreements. As someone that has a lot of experience in river restoration or floodplain restoration, floodplain restoration is not helpful if the flow doesn't access the floodplain at the right timing for the right duration. It's just not going to have any kind of impact that you want. So if that's a feature of these voluntary agreements, I can tell you right now that us and the river will be left wanting for more meaningful change than that. And then my third point, which I was definitely moved by Mr. Nakashima's story, and I can understand, or I can't fully understand the complexity involved in these decisions. What I will say is that I've read a lot of comments and articles saying that the production of food is going to be hurt by this, potentially hurt by this, the implementation or the lack of VAs. And I just want to say that we're in the midst of climate catastrophe. Like, again, we are surrounded by many dead canaries, and it's going to get worse. So I encourage all of us to shift our focus away from problems with specific voluntary agreements or the lack of those in this process, and more just this realization that the more we delay, the larger scale of ecosystem collapse there will be, we are of the ecosystem. So all of our foodways, whether that's through agriculture or through directly from the river, all of that is going to be impacted by these mass ecosystems collapse that we're in the midst of, if not on the brink of much greater ones than we can even prepare ourselves for. So I just want to offer that and there's, in the inequitable social and economic structures that make up our entire society, our way of governing, exist within the world of water rights distribution as well. Capitalism has a way of favoring large-scale corporations and their need for water over small-scale farms. So I just want to offer that as, a way of rethinking our water rights conversation needs to be done in parallel to these conversations around water in particular. So yeah, I think those are all my points that I wanted to hit. Thanks for the time.
Thanks for your time and your engagement in our discussion today, Ms. Richards. When it comes to, we crudely talk about the 30 to 50% range, but do know that as I understand, and within the supplemental environmental document, within our greater work, timing, magnitude, all that is important and part of considerations and discussions that are going on. And to your point as well, there is no separation of somehow habitat and flow. It's the combination of investment therein, and you don't have one without the other. There's no independent lever on those two things. It really is about, and why it's about really assessing as any proposal is brought to the board in that sort of totality and understanding. So thank you. I appreciate your good comments and contribution today. Thank you. Next, we have Tim Stroshane. Mr. Stroshane.
Thank you, Chair Esquivel. I'm Tim Stroshane, Policy Analyst with Restore the Delta. I offer this summary of what RTD supplied to this board nearly 5 years ago. We still see mixed messages in the Bay Delta plan. First among them is enacting this plan while a huge Delta Tunnel project is again in the works. This is like building the plumbing before you even design the house into which it fits. Second, piecemealing the board's own Bay Delta plan work by bifurcating the two river systems in your planning process. Third, just which beneficial uses are being planned for? Is it the exporters for Bay Delta water diverters and other in Delta beneficial uses? How much of better quality unimpaired flows made available by phase 1 flows will actually make it to and through to Delta outflow and Bay inflow rather than being exported? Fourth, what process will the board use to make sure bifurcated processes will come together sensibly and effectively? Those were our concerns about mixed messages in 2017. Also in 2017, we commented that the board should make findings in both phases as to exactly how the plan's policies achieve the state's water policy framework. And that framework consists of the co-equal goals, reasonable use and public trust doctrines, reduced reliance on the Delta for meeting California's future water needs, keeping fish populations in good condition downstream of dams, protecting beneficial uses and complying with water quality and flow objectives under the Clean Water Acts, and of course, ESA protections. We also commented that in the spirit of achieving environmental justice and actualizing the human right to water, we urged the Water Board in 2017 to adopt into phase 1 and phase 2 the 3 new recognized beneficial uses: subsistence, tribal subsistence or T-sub, and tribal cultural beneficial uses, also known as T-CUL. Finally, we commented in 2017 that the phase 1 Bay Delta plan fails to address the conditions of elevated salinity, low flows, excess nutrients, and water clarity that produce harmful algal blooms or HABs. We were skeptical also of voluntary agreements in both 2017 and 2018, and we are deeply cynical about the VAs in 2021. The VA process has benefited only the water right holders by allowing them several extra years to keep using the Sacramento River the way they please. We, the public, environmental justice communities, and Northern California Indian tribes have been cut out, and it is time to end VA negotiations and get on with the public process for phase 2 adoption. Enough already. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you, Mr. Stroshane. Appreciate your time and comments today. Next, we have Peter Dreckmeyer, who will be followed by William L. Martin.
Good morning, Chair Esquivel and board members. Nice to see you. My name is Peter Dreckmeyer. I'm the Policy Director for the Tuolumne River Trust. And like others, I greatly appreciate the fact that you're resuming work on implementation of Phase 1 of the Bay Delta Plan, and will take up Phase 2, also very important. It's been 26 years since the last substantive update, and the ecosystem is in a state of crisis. It's on the brink. Things are really desperate right now.
Calling Margie Argel, mobile.
Apologies. Sorry, Ms. Townsend, we can hear you. And please continue, Mr. Dreckmeyer.
Okay, thank you. The impacts are very noticeable on the Tuolumne River. Historically, there were well over 100,000 salmon spawning. The doubling goal is 38,000. This year, we're at 500. And the spawning season is almost over. We do a canoeing with the salmon trip, a series of trips in early November. We saw very few. It's sad. It's a bleak situation. On the Stanislaus this year, we're over 5,500 salmon. So you have to ask, well, what's the difference? Well, the releases were much higher in the Stanislaus, and there was a fall attraction pulse flow. No flow on the Tuolumne, and 150 CFS isn't very enticing to fish that want to spawn. 2 years ago, the unimpaired flow on the Tuolumne was 15%. Last year was 13%. The average for 5 years between 2012 and 2016 was 12%. And then in 2017, big water year, was 79%. So that's how they manage the Tuolumne when it's up to them. It's hoard, 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 dump. We had 5 terrible years, 1 excessively good year. That's why we need the percentage of unimpaired flow, and appreciate you pursuing that. We lost a lot of time under the VA negotiations. That benefited the water users. You know, they love it when we all stall. The Tuolumne River Voluntary Agreement was just a checklist. Basically, you know, we power washed gravel, we added gravel, we put a certain amount of money into non-flow measures. We met our obligations. Sorry, it didn't work out. That's why the adaptive management is so important, and appreciate you moving forward on the biological goals and objectives. I don't know, frankly, how the water agencies have skirted Fish and Game Code 5937 for so long to maintain healthy fish populations below their dams. They've had decades, they've had a century to show that they can improve conditions through their non-flow measures, and they failed. Under the 1995 FERC agreement, there were a number of non-flow projects that were identified. A few of them were completed, and they failed. And you can read the post-project reports, and they basically suggest when the flows are high enough, we get rid of the bass. They can't reproduce. So we really need the non-flow measures with the flow measures. Again, your approach is the right one. I have some good news to share about opportunities. In the San Francisco PUC service area, at current demand, they could manage a drought worse than any on record going back 1,100 years based on tree ring data with the Bay Delta Plan flows in place within their level of service goals for rationing. So that's pretty phenomenal. They're completing a long-term vulnerability assessment. It's going to look at climate change. We had a sneak peek. It looks like climate change isn't going to have a big impact on their system. We're going to have bigger swings in water years, drier years, wetter years, but on a whole, precipitation isn't going to change a whole lot on average. And because they have so much storage, 6 years worth, they're well positioned to manage that. In Stanislaus County, where the Modesto and Turlock irrigation districts are, there's a lot of potential for projects to fix up infrastructure, to do groundwater recharge. They're doing a good job with their groundwater sustainability plans. They've identified a lot of projects. They don't have the money. When you charge farmers $20 an acre foot and subsidizing that water, money is not available for these infrastructure improvements. But San Francisco, so paranoid about running out of water, they're eager to help fund infrastructure in ag areas where it's so much cheaper. The MID a few years ago identified 25 to 40,000 acre feet per year that they could save at a cost of about $200 an acre foot amortized over 20 years. That's much more appealing than paying $3,000 for recycled water in the Bay Area. So San Francisco would be eager to partner on projects. TID has twice the acreage as MID. We got to assume there are a lot of opportunities there as well. We've been floating the idea around, trying to gain interest. We'll see where that goes. But the bottom line, if the Bay Delta Plan is implemented with the 40% unimpaired flow, there are going to be negotiations between the irrigation districts in San Francisco, and we're going to see a great collaboration moving forward. That's my prediction. So thank you for moving forward. As with others, it's got to be with expediency. We are running out of time. We lost 3 years, 26 years since the last real update of the Bay Delta Plan. We're counting on you. We need to leave a legacy to our children and grandchildren and future generations of a salmon-based economy. I mean, I think about the wildebeest migration in Africa. I think about the caribou in the upper parts of North America. And then you got the salmon bringing all these nutrients from the ocean to the upland habitats, fueling a food web. We're losing it. We can't allow that to happen. Thank you for your good work.
Thank you, Mr. Dreckmeyer. Appreciate your comments and contribution to the discussion here. And I can't help but feel, if not here in California, then where? I think we have, a real opportunity here all amongst us to really start to act, take this climate anxiety that I know a lot of folks are feeling and to turn into action. So thank you. Next, we have William Martin, and who will be followed by Amelia Tirani. Mr. Martin.
Thank you very much. My name is Bill Martin. I'm a San Francisco resident and a volunteer activist with the Sierra Club California Water Committee. I'm also a long-term kayaker and a recreational fisherman in the Delta and elsewhere in California. In February, on February 2nd, I spoke before this board. I said, I strongly support higher flows throughout the Bay Delta estuary. All the best available science points to one crucial fact. Higher flows are necessary to restore the estuary's health. Your own scientists noted that 60% of unimpaired flows are necessary at a minimum. I also urged you at that time to implement the phase 1 of the Bay Delta Plan update immediately. And even though your stated goal of 30 to 50% unimpaired flows falls far short of the 60% your own scientists identified. And I'd like to now pause for just a moment and consider the salmon returning facts that Mr. Dreckmeyer just cited for the Tuolumne River, and consider those numbers in the Sacramento. The Sacramento at this time is about by far the major source of salmon that still live in California, albeit mostly hatchery and mostly carted by truck to the ocean in order for them to survive. Imagine that the decimation of salmon population in the Tuolumne that we have seen is duplicated in the Sacramento. And on that note, I am confused by your continuing to support the voluntary agreement process in the Sacramento Basin. You failed to intervene when the Bureau of Reclamation released overallocated water from the Shasta Dam complex earlier this year, endangering this year's and future years' salmon populations. You must act more forcefully and much more quickly to prevent future and disastrous actions such as these. Voluntary agreements are not going to protect these endangered fish. Please implement phase 2's higher flows requirements in the Sacramento Basin now, or the decimation of salmon that we have seen in the San Joaquin Basin will simply be repeated further north. Thank you very much for this hearing, for this meeting, and please move forward as quickly as you possibly can. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Appreciate your time and contributions today. Next, we have Amelia Tirani, who will be followed by Michelle Workman.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for hosting this meeting. I am an educator in the Bay Area, and I view part of my job as advocating for my students' futures. Today, I do that by encouraging you to listen to and prioritize tribal members and leaders, as well as environmental scientists and activists' demands that you move swiftly to increase the flow through the update plan and stop stalling for VAs that can be accepted later. To farmers, I invite you to imagine how you can farm to support your community and not individual profit. We can all work together to fight for financial justice of racialized people while we protect the biodiversity we are all lucky to live near. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tirani. And as a son of educators, thanks for the work that you do. Next, we have Michelle Workman, and we'll be followed by Melissa Tayaba.
Good morning, Chair Esquivel, Vice Chair Diadamo, and board members. I apologize. I don't think my video is working. I just tested it and it did not look right. So I'm going to go ahead and leave that blank. My name is Michelle Workman. I've been a fisheries biologist on the McCollum River for over 20 years, and I'm the manager of the Fisheries and Wildlife Program for East Bay Municipal Utility District. And I'm here to represent the interests of East Bay Mud and the McCollum River. We would like to take this opportunity to provide a brief statement regarding the phase 2 process and the McCollum specifically for your consideration. We agree with the key objectives of the Water Quality Control Plan update, and we firmly believe in collaborating with state, federal, and local partners, and that through a collaboration that is grounded in science, we can balance the protection of the environment and our McCollum River fishery with creating a resilient water supply for our 1.4 million East Bay customers. The McCollum is a unique system, and I'm proud of the work we've done and the successes we've achieved on the McCollum over the past nearly 3 decades of work. And some examples of those include the McCollum River has demonstrated decades of exactly the kind of success the state is working to achieve. Through our existing long-term joint settlement agreement with our resource agency partners, including California Department of Fish and Wildlife, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and National Marine Fisheries Service, our pre-joint settlement agreement salmon escapement has increased from around 3,600 fish per year to over 9,700 fish per year. And this was accomplished using both flow and non-flow measures that were in that agreement, which we've been operating to since the mid-90s. The McCollum River is meeting the salmon doubling goal, which is one of the core objectives of the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan. And considering the relatively small size of the McCollum River, when taken in the context of the Delta system, providing 2.5% of all Delta inflow, it provides a significant system-wide fisheries benefit. Our McCollum fall run salmon contribute consistently and at high rates to the state's overall salmon catch, comprising up to 43% of the commercial catch and 33% of the recreational catch in some years. Our temperature management program has proven beneficial not only for the McCollum fishery, but also as a cold water refuge for other rivers. For example, this summer, the McCollum hatchery supported the American River steelhead when temperatures on the American were deemed unacceptable to support that fishery. And we've been able to do this while meeting the needs of the communities that rely on the river to support the people and economies in the East Bay. More than 1.4 million people, many of whom are low income, and thousands of businesses rely on the McCollum River for their municipal water supply. We believe an agreement is possible. We're interested in continuing to work with the state team to reach an appropriate resolution. There's more work to be done to arrive at an agreement that is protective of both the fishery and is equitable for the people and economies of the East Bay and other communities that rely on the McCollum River. However, our success on the McCollum demonstrates what can be achieved when we work together towards common goals. And we hope to continue to work with the state to build on those successes. I'd like to thank you all for your time and attention.
Thank you, Ms. Workman. I appreciate your contributions today and continued work, certainly in the watershed. I really, really do appreciate you joining us. Thank you. Next, we have Melissa Tayaba, who will be followed by Dan Botcher.
Good afternoon, Chairman and board members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I am Melissa Tayaba, Vice Chair of Shingle Springs Band of Miwok Indians. The Shingle Springs Band of Miwok Indians derives from both Miwok and Nisenan lineage, with major village sites in Sacramento, the Delta, and beyond. The tribe's ancestral homeland spans 7 counties, including Sutter, Yuba, Yolo, Sacramento, El Dorado, Placer, and Amador. The interconnectivity of the land, the waterways, the people, the plants, animals, and resources is deep, reciprocal, and timeless. The ancestral waterways are the lifeblood of the tribe and include the Sacramento River, American River, Feather River, Bear River, Consumnes River, and the watersheds therein. The Shingle Springs Band of Miwok Indians were originally displaced by colonization, the mission system, disease brought by the fur trade, the arrival of John Sutter, the genocide violence of the gold rush, the political violence of California statehood, and anti-Indian laws and policies. Delta ancestral homelands were lost to reclamation and colonization in the 19th century, and we have been kept out by private land ownership and state and federal water resource development in the Delta region. The Delta is a diminishing resource that once stretched at least as far north as confluence of the Sacramento and Feather Rivers in Sutter County, near the Nisenan village of Wolok. It is being further diminished along with its cultural and traditional resources that tribes have utilized from the Delta for food, medicine, transportation, shelter, clothing, ceremony, and traditional lifeways from the beginning of time. Voluntary agreements for the Sacramento River watershed will exacerbate an already damaged and diminishing Delta ecosystem and estuary, and our tribe's ties to the estuary. I am here today because your decisions regarding the management of the Delta have a direct impact on the health, life expectancy, and future of our tribe. The estuary has to be managed holistically. Standards cannot continue to be gutted under the emergency orders because the climate emergency is the new normal. The Delta has to be managed as a resource to heal Shingle Springs Band. And thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tayaba. Really appreciate you contributing your voice and important perspective here to the board's discussion. Look forward to further engagement. Thank you. Next, we have Dan Bacher, and then I'll look at my list here as opposed to the actual scroll. Melissa Tomlinson.
Yes, I'm an independent journalist focusing on fish, water, and environmental justice. And it's been 26 years since the Bay Delta water quality standards have been updated significantly. Since that time, the fish populations in the Bay Delta estuary and Central Valley rivers have collapsed, with many species now on the edge of extinction due to the export of Delta water to agribusiness, other water diversions, and Central Valley dam operations. Urgent action is needed now by the State Water Resources Control Board. For the past 3 years, no Delta smelt, once the most abundant fish in the entire Delta, have been found in California Department of Fish and Wildlife fall midwater trawl surveys. None have been found in the first 2 months of the 4-month survey this year either. 2 other surveys on the Delta have turned up similar results for Delta smelt. The enhanced Delta smelt monitoring survey caught only 1 Delta smelt in 2,200 smelt targeted net tows this year. That compares to 49 captured in 2020 and hundreds in prior years. No Delta smelt were captured in the spring Kodiak trawl survey. Fishery biologist Tom Cannon said in his blog, this year's results indicate that Delta smelt are likely virtually extinct in the wild. The virtual extinction of Delta smelt in the wild is part of a greater ecosystem crash caused by massive exports to agribusiness interests in the San Joaquin Valley, combined with toxics declining water quality, and invasive species in the Delta. Between 1967 and 2020, the fall midwater trawl abundance indices for striped bass, Delta smelt, longfin smelt, American shad, split tail, and threadfin shad have declined by 99.7%, 100%, 99.96%, 67.9%, 100%, and 95% respectively. The diversion and export of water for Central Valley agribusiness interests during a drought year has also had a huge impact on imperiled Sacramento River salmon populations, just as it had on driving the smelt to become virtually extinct in the wild. This year, up to 98% of winter run Chinook salmon juveniles in the Sacramento perished as the water was delivered to water contractors, as the Bureau of Reclamation violated their own plan to kill only 80% of winter run salmon every day but one through the diversion season. Not only did all the winter run Chinook salmon juveniles perish due to the warm water conditions in the Sacramento River this year, but the majority of adult spring run Chinook salmon on Butte Creek, a wild run of fish, over 14,500 of an estimated 18,000 fish died before spawning this year due to an outbreak of disease in the low and warm water conditions. Decades of scientific studies show that more water of good quality is needed in both the Sacramento and Sacramento River systems to protect fish, drinking water quality, and the ecosystem. It is crucial that the board speedily move forward in both phases 1 and 2 of the Bay Delta plan. Now is not the time for the state to keep going forward with inherently weak voluntary agreements, along with pushing the Delta Tunnel and sites reservoir projects. Now is a time for the board to take decisive action to stop species extinction. Please remember, extinction is forever. Don't let it occur on your watch as board members. Thank you.
Thank you. Really appreciate you taking the time and engaging and providing comment here with the board. Thank you. Melissa Tomlinson next, followed by Jake Hilliker.
Hi, yes. Hello, my name is Melissa Tomlinson. I'm calling today because you created the opportunity for the public to speak and because I care about our waterways. I believe it's time for us to look to the past and to take responsibility for harm that has been done and continues to be done in the name of progress. I was born and raised in so-called California. I currently reside in Lafayette, California, which I also recognize as being the original people of Least John Ohlone land. All this time, there has been voices of the original people of this land being ignored, gaslit, and violated. Violence has continued when the truth is Indigenous people are still here. This is still their home. These places, plants, and animals and waterways are still their relatives and ancestors, and vital as sacred to their life ways. It is time for reconciliation and accountability, and we can only do that together, and so much needs to be done. I hope you are listening to all who are calling today to protect the water, the Delta Bay, and the salmon. And I strongly urge those of you in leadership to consult with the Indigenous leaders towards solution and planning. Protecting water will always be about protecting ourselves, but even more so future generations. We must stop destroying that which gives us life. Save the salmon and protect the water they live in. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Tomlinson. Really do appreciate you contributing to this and seeing the opportunity to comment and joining us. It means a lot and is important to make sure we hear all voices in the state. So thank you. Next, we have Jay Killiker, who will be followed by Adrian Covert.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello, my name is
afternoon.
Jay Killiker. I'm a recent college graduate from California State University, Monterey Bay College of Natural Sciences. I'm native to El Dorado County, spent the last 20 years recreationally fishing and enjoying the tributaries of reservoirs which connect to the Sacramento Bay Delta region. I care deeply about the health of these ecosystems and look forward to a future as an environmental scientist in California helping manage this resource. Thank you for your dedication to the phases of this project and your continued efforts to accommodate the parties involved.
Thank you, Mr. Hilliker. Appreciate you contributing to our discussion today and participating here and your work. Thank you.
Yep, you're welcome.
Next, we have Adrian Covert, who will be followed by Morningstar Galley, who may not be on the platform. Yeah, thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Chair Esquivel. My name is Adrian Covert, representing the Bay Area Council and the largest employers in the San Francisco Bay Area. I just wanted to make a few comments, specifically that I want to remind folks that these regulations aren't occurring in a vacuum, and their impacts won't be limited to the benefits on the San Joaquin River. 2.7 million Californians currently rely on Tuolumne River in the Bay Area. And the San Francisco Public Utilities Commission estimates that under this plan, 40 to 50% rationing from current demand will be required following multiple dry years, such as those that we are currently in. The prospect of shortages of that magnitude will likely compel some Bay Area cities that rely on Tuolumne River water to adopt interim controls over new permitting and implement a moratorium on new construction. I'm gravely concerned that these impacts will undermine, if not outright prevent, the Bay Area's ability to meet state mandates to build the nearly 500,000 additional housing units mandated by the state as part of the upcoming regional housing needs allocation cycle. Those units are sorely needed to alleviate the region's crippling housing affordability and homelessness crises. So with the impacts of such magnitude, I respectfully caution the board against taking emergency curtailment actions on the tributaries, and further urge the board to recognize that this plan should be implemented with a formal water rights proceeding. Thanks for taking my comment.
Thanks for your comment, Mr. Covert. Appreciate your time today. So it looks like Morningstar Galley and Chief Colleen Sisk, I don't believe are on the platform, but I know are here in our speaker queue. To either, if you are still viewing from perhaps the YouTube live feed or Cali PA website, do try to get onto the Zoom platform here, and you can email the clerk of the board to help if there's any issues there. But if you do join here, as we're still discussing, we'll definitely get to your comments. Board members, any initial thought? There is no decision point here. This is an informational item. But any clarifying questions or comments or contribution here further to what we've heard and what I know some of us have already said and contributed to. But I leave the floor open here for anyone.
I have comments, but I wanted to let other board members go first if they wanted to. Okay.
Yeah, lack of desire. So
yeah. So
the floor
I
is
guess, yours,
Board Member Firestone.
Yeah, I'm newer to this than some, and I think this is a really great opportunity to talk about process, not substance here. So I just wanted to share kind of where I'm at on process and a lot of the issues going forward. So I think this indicates, and certainly I think it's incredibly important to move forward with deliberate urgency. And, as we all know, the standards that are currently adopted for phase 2 and implemented for phase 1 aren't reasonable protection. And we have an obligation as a board to address that. And I think as we've seen just this year, we can't continue to just triage through emergency actions, and we really need to establish clear requirements to both have certainty and adequate protection in the face of climate change and the sort of changes we're already seeing this year that are becoming the new normal. So, I think we've made really clear as a board, and certainly from the state side, that we would really like to see voluntary agreements that we can evaluate and incorporate into our plan update process. There's been an unprecedented investment of time and staff and engagement at the highest levels of this administration by the secretaries and others to get voluntary agreements that can be submitted to this board for incorporation into our plan update and implementation process. But we also have an obligation to evaluate any VA that's submitted on the adequacy, and importantly, to provide an open and transparent process for meaningful participation by the public and those most impacted in order to help us evaluate a VA alternative. Ideally, parties would engage with stakeholders and communities most impacted in the development of a VA so that, a VA can fully address those needs. But as a board, our own public review step is really important. I think from a process planning perspective for us, I would really like to look at what we can do to provide some evaluation on racial justice consistent with the intent of our recently adopted resolution, and really meaningfully engage with impacted communities and any tribal consultation that's appropriate, even within the aggressive timelines we laid out to move forward. So I think that shouldn't need to slow down the process if we can already begin that engagement and planning for that kind of analysis now. I guess just big picture, or kind of most importantly, I just want to emphasize that we could not be more clear that we really want a VA proposal submitted that is scientifically and legally adequate to include in our phase 2 SED. I think personally that a VA could speed up and enhance biological outcomes, and also find a way to navigate mitigation of impacts of the needed changes in flows. But we need to move forward with phase 1 implementation and phase 2 update. So if we don't get a VA, staff outlined a timeline here. If we don't get a VA submitted early next year in time to meet that schedule laid out for considering that in our SCD, we can and will and should, I think, build an option for a VA in the implementation plan, which we did and still have available in phase 1. But we really should not significantly delay the process for plan update and implementation. I really just want to also appreciate the many voices and stakeholders that participated today, and those that have been engaging in this process for years, and all of those that are really going to be critical for this process and success of the goals we have moving forward. And I also just want to appreciate the time and dedication that staff have and are bringing to this process. And I just really appreciate this, this space that we've had today. So thank you.
Thank you, board member. Others, thoughts? Vice Chair, please.
Thanks. Sorry I didn't speak up sooner, Board Member Firestone. I just wasn't quite prepared yet. I just want to start off by thanking everyone for their participation today, and really do appreciate Chair Esquivel, the way you laid things out about what we're here for and what we're not here for. Namely, that the discussions that have been underway in the Sacramento area are continuing. And so I just do want to take this moment to acknowledge all of the good work that the secretaries have invested and our staff. Importantly, in this in this portion of the discussions, as opposed to prior to 2018, our staff has been very much involved. And so I think we're in sort of a different place than we were in 2018. We don't know the details, but once we, if and when we do receive details, I think we will be in a better position as board members to be able to evaluate proposals that come to us. So specifically on the Sacramento, I just want to take this opportunity to encourage ongoing discussions, and hopefully we'll see something soon. With respect to our process, it's important that we begin the process of moving forward, whether or not there's a voluntary agreement in the Sacramento watershed, because the CEQA document will be needed, and all of the various documentation and processes. So it is time to start. Shifting though to the lower San Joaquin, and for the benefit in particular of board member Morgan, because we're not paired on this and you're a newer member, I do want to take this opportunity to just be able to explain a little bit about where I'm coming from, and also of course for the public. In 2018, when the lower San Joaquin phase 1 plan came before us, I was opposed to it. I had a lot of concerns, spent a lot of time on it, but just really felt that we could do better in terms of balancing all of the beneficial uses, and really looking for something more along the lines as what could come out of a STEM group in terms of flow, functional flow and non-flow measures, and some of the other, let's just say, goodies that would be on the table with adaptive management, science, and governance and funding. Nonetheless, the board spoke in 2018, and even though I opposed and voiced my concerns, the board did support adoption in 2018. And I feel that it would be irresponsible for me at this point to continue my opposition. So I am planning on working with you all and with the stakeholders on implementation. Nonetheless, I continue to have concerns, but that will be within the bookends that have been adopted by the board. So I will be looking for opportunities to better learn and understand impacts of various compliance measures and biological goals, looking for, really that sweet spot that we all strive for in terms of moving forward to be able to adopt and implement what the board has already decided, but to do so in a reasonable way and that provides for the greatest opportunities for success of the species and also protection of all beneficial uses. So thanks for the opportunity to just put some of my thoughts out there, and again, to encourage everyone. And I appreciate what you just said, Board Member Firestone. Really hopeful that we will receive proposals. And again, just want to remind everybody, as Chair Esquivel said, what the board adopted in 2018 does provide for compliance pathways so that we can consider these voluntary approaches. And I feel that the time spent over the last several years was time well spent, and hopefully our process can build upon some of the good discussions that have already taken place. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Really do appreciate the good comment. Board Member McGuire.
Fantastic comments.
And I apologize, I don't mean to interrupt you, Board Member. Just to note, I do see Chief Colleen Sisk is here with us, but we'll kind of finish a round of comment here from board members, and then we can go to the chief. So
okay.
Thank you, Board Member.
Yes, I'm going to echo and repeat some of the comments that have already been made by other board members, but I feel like it's important that I say this myself as well. For those of you who don't know, I joined the board shortly before the vote on the phase 1 water quality control plan adoption. And it was quite a whirlwind experience. So I was there, Chair Escobar, you were on the board at that time, and Vice Chair Diadamo, and Board Member Firestone and Morgan, you were not part of the board at that time. So understandably, you're catching up here with what I think you've heard today is just a very, very complex and challenging dynamic to untangle in terms of where we go forward. And it's frustrating to me that it's taken 3 years here since I was, I've been on the board to get to this point. I thought, honestly, when the board took the vote in December 2018, that we'd be able to realize the value of the voluntary agreement proposal that was made at that meeting much sooner, and that would be implementing now. That implementation wouldn't be a question that we'd have to talk about today in terms of the timeline or the next step, because we'd be there. I am the eternal optimist. I see the glass half full. I still think, on the San Joaquin side, you've heard from staff today about the different implementation pathways here, that we haven't made a decision, and that there is still room, for voluntary pathways. We all mean that wholeheartedly. We want to see that. I personally want to see that, because I think it can be better. I think it can be more successful in that very tricky balancing that we're trying to do here. And the same goes for phase 2, for the Sacramento side of the system. This is what I want to see personally. At the same time, time is passing. The clock is ticking. Delta Reform Act was 12 years ago. Our Bay Delta plan is woefully out of date. We've all discussed that today. We've heard and talked about that. It's a fact. So something has to change, and nothing will change if we don't move forward with and be actionable here and intentional. And so thank you for all the good comments today, the really thoughtful input and suggestions. I'm really so thankful that we were able to have this discussion after a long time. And what I am hopeful for is that we don't move back into that space. We have a lot of work to do. You heard about a lot of the actions. And so what I really took to heart is that need to emphasize public transparency and process here in communicating very clearly what our next activities will be. You heard some of that today, but I know there's some vagueness in terms of exact timing, and there's a lot of additional thought that needs to be put to that. But when we have those things sorted out, we should communicate that as soon as we can, both on phase 1 implementation and also on the phase 2 planning process. I really appreciated the suggestion on the website updates and making that more digestible. Thinking about here, just the audience that we have today. I don't know all the folks watching us on this live stream, but just our commenters. We have a wide variety, recent college graduates, tribal interests, water users. So just a variety of folks. And I think it's very important that we communicate what we're doing here and the implications of it in a very clear way. But that said, I feel the sense of urgency. I hope that and encourage the state team, the water users, and everyone who's engaged in the voluntary agreement process thus far to keep sharpening those pencils. And I really hope to see something soon. And at the same time, I think moving forward makes sense. You know, we heard these plans are complicated. You know, just thinking about phase 1 implementation, the opportunities for adaptive management, shifting of flows and timing. And you know, I don't want to get into all the substance and details today. But I do want to flag that one thing that I brought up actually at the adoption meeting 3 years ago, and I'm still very interested in hearing some input on, is the very issue that we're dealing with right now, which is successive critically dry years, and the implications of that, both for water users, water diversion, cities, communities, farms, also ecosystems. It's all on the table. It's something that I think you know, maybe addressed somehow in the implementation step, but I don't have a great deal of clarity yet as to how it will be. We heard a little bit about it today, but I think it's really an important space to get a better understanding of you know, how we're going to deal with this, because as we heard from folks, you know, climate change is here. We're seeing it before us, and we need to be very intentional about what those actions are and being prepared for just the eventuality that we're going to see lots of dry years. They're going to come in bunches, they're going to be intense, and we have to have a plan for that. And there should be clarity about how that's going to work. I know there was some thinking in that in the phase 1 planning effort. I hope there's similar thinking that's applied on the Sacramento side of the system as well. But I really want and need to see just clear, intentional consideration of climate change ramifications and implications for our entire planning process. And again, this is both for consumptive water uses and environmental water uses as well. So I'm thinking about the big picture. I'm thinking about balancing. I'm thinking that it's taken, as we've heard many times today, 26 years to get to a substantive update of the Bay Delta plan. I have no idea when the next update will happen, but presumably we're going to see significantly more climate change impacts over the next 26 years as well. So we should be thinking that now in the actions that we take. And thank you. Appreciate the time and the opportunity to comment.
Of course, board member. Board member Morgan, if there's anything you'd like to remark, good. If not, no pressure to otherwise, one way or the other. So.
Yeah, just real quickly here, just like to thank staff for all their hard work this past year and for the presentation today. I'd also like to thank everyone who took the time to provide comments on this critical topic. As we move forward, we need to consider the data and the science, while also being adaptable as new information is presented, data is collected, and the science advances. Regardless of the path, I believe it's clear that we need to move forward and be transparent and inclusive as we do so.
Thank you so much, board member. And thank you all for the good comment. Let's go to Chief Colleen Sisk, and thank you, Chief, for joining us, and apologize if there were any challenges in getting on the platform. Would love to be able to hear your comment here as well.
Thank you. And I'm a little late to the meeting, so I missed some of the other comments. And so I'm hoping that I'm not, or maybe making it stronger, the same comments that were made prior.
Thank you, Chief.
The Delta is a very big concern of ours as far as, the CEQA process and the AB 52 that we are engaged in now with the Department of Water Resources and BOR. Because of the nature of the salmon that come through that area and the sensitivity of the Delta itself. We have a hard time seeing how the voluntary agreements actually benefit overall in the long term of the Delta and the fish and the freshwater issues for people to survive in this. You know, been following some of the Delta stuff and looking at the North Gate that they're going to build and to start extracting water from the North Gate, as well as continuing the South Gate. And, you know, over the years, many years, we have advocated that the South Gate is detrimental to salmon. And no changes have been made to the South Gate pumping. And so therefore, you're installing another pumping station, which could only hurt the salmon even more. So we are very concerned that no progress has been made on correcting the Delta flows for salmon. We also think that the water rights that were created in 1914 today is it needs to be updated, it needs to be changed, it needs to include more people, the consideration of water uses than what was established in 1914. You know, in 1914, you got to look at women didn't have rights till 1922, so they couldn't really have water rights. And the tribes weren't even citizens till 1924. And so they couldn't really have any rights. Other indigenous people were not in positions to have those water rights. And so when you look at who holds the water rights today, it's totally unfair that it was established like that. And it's totally unfair to continue acknowledging that that is a process that we should hang on to. We should update those water rights so that there are more communities, indigenous communities, you know, people who need to have a say over how much water they're allocated that don't have it now, including, you know, tribes are first in time for water rights, yet they're almost consulted in these matters. And right now, you know, the plans of the Delta to dig down 150 feet into the Delta to have these water lines that go under the Delta water lines at present is a problem. I mean, there's no science that has been presented about the underground springs in the Delta and how that will affect the Delta itself as far as acclimating water conditions for the change of salmon coming in and going out to the ocean. So there's primary concerns also have to do with the Bureau of Reclamation or California reversing the Trump era decisions to block the evaluation of the salmon reintroduction plans in lieu of GMO farmers. But I don't know how many ways that the tribe or the tribes can explain to the water developers and decision makers that the salmon are more important than you think to the water systems that it swims in. It's not enough to think about, is there water for salmon? It's like these salmon, that water needs these salmon. And so the more salmon that you cut out of the system, the worse the water conditions get. So we are advocating that the Trump administration biological opinion be redone or canceled or something, and really get a true salmon report, because what is left, and I'm not sure where that comes from, is that in some of the study plans, it shows where salmon are not so much in the system, and that's when we're going to export the water and we're going to, you know, move that through the system. And then there's a projection of when there is a number of salmon in the system, and then we're going to pulsate the water so that the salmon can survive. But, you know, nobody's really putting all together the issues of the Sites Reservoir and the standing water that's going to be released into the Sacramento River, the temperature rise of that river and into the Delta. You know, even though the Delta says that's a complete separate project, you have to calculate the impact if that is built and that warm water is distributed down through the system as to what that means to the Delta itself. So we have, you know, we are making comments on the Delta plan, and we would like to meet with more people about what the issues are and what are the strategies to change some of these things. I'm not totally understanding the whole pumping system of the north gate that's going to be established. As they say, it's going to be an alternate system from the south gate, but the option is that both gates could be worked at any time should the permits be issued for that. And so it just sounds like to me that you're dewatering the system. And to do that, then that means that the salmon are not going to be able to exist much longer. And for that, all of the rivers that need salmon to filtrate their bottom, the riverbeds, are not going to have them. And that's going to make the biggest difference in California to water quality that people are not calculating in. These salmon swim upriver, they spawn, they dig up a 1.5 feet of gravel to loosen all of those sediments that go out to the ocean. And when they're not in there to do that, you're just clogging that system. It's like a filter that gets clogged up, but it cannot work anymore. So anyway, that's our stance as the Winnemem-Wintu tribe. You know, we are opposed to the voluntary agreements. We don't see that as an answer or a fix to this issue about water, and that you know, it needs to be rethought about and make some real changes that help all of the people and not just some of the people. So thank you for the time.
Thank you, Chief. I appreciate your comments here, and know that you know, I think as we heard here from board members as well, that you know, these are, you know, whether it's the water quality control plan update or some future consideration of a conveyance or other projects that are needing permitting, there needs to be a consistency throughout the watersheds, given the complexity of the different tools we have, but the need to really be acting here. And so just thank you, Chief. I appreciate your comments. Yeah, I think the board members for their good comments. You know, I in agreement with everything from board member Firestone to the vice chair, board member McGuire and board member Morgan, the points that have been expressed here. I think what we have, I hear consensus around is a sense of urgency of knowing that what we have these last 3 years isn't a delay, but has been a greater technical understanding of our own program staff of what's being considered in the voluntary agreements, and knowing that it's a false dichotomy to think it's either or in this entire space, and that the water quality control plan has to be updated, and that here the board again has been consistent about being open to voluntary agreements that meet a standard, but we need to move forward with this standard setting because updated standards are what can allow us with confidence to move forward with the many projects we know and investments we're needing to make because of climate change, and that we need to make those decisions based off of updated scientific understanding. And you know, we are ultimately reconciling a system here, and important to remember that with climate change, that reconciliation has become just so incredibly important here in the moment. I know this year for me, as we managed through this last summer, it became vitally clear that we're at a tipping point, that we have turned into a new phase here of our understanding of the impacts of climate change, but the immediacy of those impacts here upon us, and then how it is incumbent upon us all, water users, all common sharers of this incredible resource throughout the state to finally really get to the heart of how we become protective and how we reconcile a system we've all inherited, and we can all agree we're simply having to do the work that has been forestalled for decades, generations even here, when it comes to really best reconciling what is an incredible system that we've inherited of water delivery and prosperity here in the state, but that we have, again, a lot to reconcile for and prepare with climate change. With that, I'll just note, as the vice chair said, here, this isn't December 2018. We are in a different space. And I think that we have an incredible opportunity to move quickly. So look forward to making sure that we're being communicative and clear and transparent around what the board's process is moving forward, when the opportunities to engage and discuss are, and what is this project that we're contemplating here in implementing standards on the San Joaquin side and adopting them on the Sacramento. But just thank you everyone for your time and attention today. Again, there's no voter decision. But I appreciate the really good contribution to discussion from the board members and everybody here who's taking the time to engage with the board, and look forward to what is going to be a lot of intense and further engagement here in the weeks, months, and certainly years ahead as well. So thank you all. And I think that concludes this item. And at this point then, if there's no further discussion, let's go ahead and take a break. It is 12:30 now. We will convene at 2 o'clock for our last item, which is our strategic work plan discussion. I apologize. I know Board Member Firestone, you have an engagement and we'll miss the start of that at least. But we'll make sure to, I'm sure the discussion will continue on. So thank you.
I'll be there at 2, just have to jump at 2:30.
Oh, 2:30 is when you, okay. The other way around. I apologize. Okay, well, good. At least you'll be there for the beginning, and we'll continue to just discuss around that. Okay, we are again at 12:30. We'll convene at 2 o'clock for item number 10, which again was postponed from yesterday. So thank you everyone for this good discussion. A lot more to discuss, and we'll see you here then in about an hour and a half. Thank you all. All right, everyone, it's 2 p.m. I think we can begin together back. I hope you had a good lunch. And as we return, we're on our final item of our 2-day board meeting here. And we'll start with our, and it's item number 10, our board priorities work plan for 2022. The draft work plan, and this is an informational item. We're not adopting anything here today, but it'll be good to review and discuss the draft plan. And the draft plan can actually be found by going to our website and scrolling to the bottom of the homepage, and down in the bottom right where it says working with the board, there is an item there that says board priorities. I can click that and pull up our draft so as to be able to read and or follow along. With that, I'd like to invite our Executive Director, Eileen Sobek, to kick us off.
Thank you, Chair Esquivel and board members. We're looking forward to today's discussion. This is the third iteration of this strategic work plan. It's not a perfect document, but I think it does try to capture the board's priorities, just what it says, that are consistent with our longer term strategic goals. What it does not do, and this came out really clearly during some of the board briefing discussions, is it does not capture everything that the board does. In fact, it actually captures very little of our core workload, the workload that has to be done day in and day out, whether it's inspections or sanitary surveys or processing permits. A lot of that work just needs to get done by the vast majority of our employees at the boards. But these priority actions, and a lot of them are very heavy, not all of them, but a lot of them are very heavy on the policy direction that then launches us on a lot of our other work. But the idea is that for priorities and then starred priorities, these are the assignments that we as staff will work on and will divert other resources to work on to ensure that they get done. Like all other best laid plans, even though it doesn't seem, it seems like a work year can go by in the blink of an eye. It's amazing how many new priorities come up in the course of a year. And so that's sort of why we have the two-tiered priorities, the starred, the larger group of priorities, and then the starred priorities. We try to keep working on the starred priorities no matter what, but even that is sometimes, has to go by the wayside when new priorities crop up. This was another year where there were some unexpected priorities. I think we've all been living in fear of the next drought, and the next drought sort of did materialize this year. And so although we had laid, I think, some foundations for dealing with drought ahead of time. And again, I think like all emergencies, it's too late if you are trying to plan for it while you're in the middle of it. It really is trying to get an advanced edge on those priorities, but we were in the midst of drought. It did require us to reprioritize resources that even at the beginning of 2021, we thought we had under control. There were also some opportunities that sort of came on the heels of adversity, and by that I'm referring mostly to the arrearages program and the infrastructure dollars that have come our way and will became priorities last year and will remain priorities this year. With COVID rampaging through the country, we were, I think, fearful of what the economic as well as the health costs would be, but and we were very concerned that there were people who would not be able to pay their water bills, and water systems that were going to suffer long term because of the lack of resources. The good news is that there did seem to, between the state with its surplus dollars and the federal government with sort of turning with the Biden administration to infrastructure financing and funding, some amazing opportunities to make a big difference in the life of Californians, both in the short term, like with the arrearages program, by making resources available to offset non-payment of fees to water systems or water bills, to longer-term investment in water infrastructure, both on drinking water and wastewater side. So those priorities really emerged this year in a way that I don't think that we had anticipated, and they will persist into this year. So we're not gonna walk through every single item. I think that Eric Oppenheimer and John Bishop will walk you through some of the, and me when necessary, some of the significant additions to the priorities that we've come up with for your consideration. And we're just interested in your feedback and your ability to talk to each other and set what, or help us get insight as staff into what your collective board priorities for us to implement in the upcoming year. And we will try to come back to you and keep you updated on these priorities. I did want to just note one thing, which is this has been a difficult couple of years, I'm sure, for you all, but also for staff. People have been working extremely hard. As I said, there have been some unanticipated priorities and additional workload. People are dealing with their own personal issues with COVID, continued telework, the uncertainty with availability of vaccines. Now they're widely available, which is great. But people have still been struggling with, are their kids going to be vaccinated? What's the school situation going to be? What are long-term telework opportunities going to be? These funding opportunities that are amazing, not having long queues of unfunded projects, but instead trying to scramble to find projects to fund and get the money out. That is, in some ways, it's every bureaucrat's dream, but it also comes with its challenges, getting funding out quickly but responsibly, because this is public money. This is hard-earned taxpayer dollars. We have a responsibility to make sure that they are responsibly doled out. It's going to be a lot of work in the upcoming year, and a lot of our staff are already really stressed and sort of burned out. So I would just say that I think this year prioritizing is more important than ever. We still really need to do the highest priority work, and we have a lot of it. I think it's inevitable that some of our more routine work or items that were a priority 2 years ago are just not going to be a priority for a while. And I would really, I would say that is one area where feedback is would be most appreciated. Is we're probably going to have to add additional stars as the starred priority areas as the year goes on. So not starting out with too many, I think is the better path. But I'm just going to stop there. We really appreciate getting this consolidated guidance from you. Each of you are so passionate about the work of the board, and provide sort of more in-depth feedback on specific areas. But this is really one of our few opportunities to get input from, as staff, from all 5 of you in a public setting on our entire portfolio of state board work, and not just on an individual item. So with that, I'm going to stop and let Eric and Jonathan start walking us through the document, unless there's any overarching comments that you wanted to make. And I did want to give a quick shout out to James Knockbauer and Dorina and ORPP, because managing this document is a bit of a beast. And we do have the chief deputies, the deputy directors, some of the assistant deputy directors. If we do need to get down into some of the details, we'll do our best to answer or respond now. And if we need to, we'll get back to you later. Eric?
Yeah, so what I'd suggest is if James Knockbauer could bring up the actual document on screen. And then I think, unless there's different direction, what we were planning on doing was going through the starred priorities in the document, which are identified as the ones that are the highest priorities and really focus areas for 2022, and they're listed here all in one place. I think, James, what would make sense maybe is actually going into the document, scrolling down into the document, and then stopping at each star. And then Jonathan, Eileen, and I can speak to each one of these and just give kind of a brief idea of what they are and an update on them, if that makes sense.
Great. And so good afternoon, board members. This this one, of course, covers multiple areas. As being the first one on the arrearages, I just wanted to make another note that there were, to add on to what Eileen said, there were a number of accomplishments priorities that were accomplished this year that weren't on our list at the beginning of the year that became high priorities. Things like adopting revising the once through cooling power plant, became a big priority because it did. With the telework, we had to implement a electronic signature process around the state, and the Division of Administrative Services was able to do that. We adopted the winery permit for processed water. Created a whole public participation for statewide general permits and discharges and hybrid meetings. And we also adopted the racial equity initiative this year. None of those were really on our priorities for last year, but they became priorities and we needed to get them done, and we did. You will also notice as we go through this, there are some of the priority items that are no longer on there because they were accomplished from last year. But jumping in, the first start item is the water and wastewater arrearages. Well, the drinking water arrearages program is in full swing. We, as you heard yesterday, somewhere around 600 applications on that. The wastewater arrearages program is the guidelines are in preparation, and we will be bringing them to you in January, and that'll kick off in early in the year. Both of these have very short turnaround times on them, and there's been a huge amount of work. Unless there are any questions, we can move on at this point as we cruise through to the next start item.
The next one is Chrome 6, adopting an MCL level for Chrome 6. This has been delayed longer than we had wanted, but it, and I'm sorry, Darren Polhemus is otherwise occupied right now, but he knows that this is one of his highest priorities, and we are moving along on this as quickly as we can. It is the MCL that is the highest priority right now.
Next item is temperature management for fisheries. I think we're all aware that this past year was a significant challenge for managing temperature on the Sacramento River and Shasta operations management. We're anticipating continued challenges going into this coming year if dry conditions persist, and really continuing challenges anytime dry conditions come back. And it's not something that we really can afford to focus on only during like emergency drought situations. As the executive director mentioned earlier, if we wait until we've got we're in a critical situation, it's often too late to respond. Our continued work on temperature management, especially as it relates to the Sacramento River, it is really about right now about planning, having earlier planning, increasing the transparency in what we're doing and how we're responding to temperature management. Very importantly, improving forecasting tools. So this is working with our partners at National Marine Fisheries Service and with DWR and Reclamation to make sure we have a better handle both on hydrology and the fishery impacts from different temperature regimes in the Sacramento River. In addition to those actions, I think we really need to focus on maximizing collaboration. And I think coordination and collaboration, although there were still many challenges this year with temperature management and the fishery conditions were certainly not good. I do think there was better coordination and collaboration, at least with the agencies. And where possible, looking for opportunities to increase voluntary solutions as a complement to our regulatory process and our temperature management planning process. And you can continue, James.
So the next one is the large habitat restoration permit. I know you're all familiar with this, but this is an important piece of our getting restoration dollars spent on projects and reducing the transactional costs associated with that, the time and energy to get individual permits. We've worked with the last couple of years to get the CEQA document prepared, working with my mind's blanking. Someone should remember the
sustainable conservation.
Thank you. Sustainable conservation just blanked in my mind. We're planning to have this for you in this in 2022 for your consideration. I'm really happy with where this is and what we're doing here.
Mr. Bishop, do you know, do we have a sense of when in 2022? And not to try to pin down too firm a timeline, just in case people are trying to anticipate when in the year it might come.
So I will get back to you. I don't have it off the top of my head, unless Karen remembers. I didn't write down the exact date. But
that's fair.
I think it was in spring, but I might be wrong about that.
Yeah, spring. I'll check our tracking log and get back with you on the plan.
Spring works. Thank you. Thank you both.
Okay.
So the next two items, 3.1.1, 3.1.2, modeling and curtailment methodologies and refined water rights drought response, to me go hand in hand. Jonathan mentioned that there were certain priorities that cropped up last year that weren't on this list per se, but were accomplishments. And I certainly want to point out that, the Division of Water Rights in very short turnaround adopted 4 emergency regulations that allowed curtailments, where they were needed on the Sacramento, the Russian River, Mill and Deer Creeks, and Shasta and Scott Rivers. And these two items that are listed here are really about taking the really excellent progress that we made over the last year, both in terms of modeling and methodologies, and in terms of process for actually implementing curtailments, and continuing to work on those and refine those processes. From a modeling and methodology standpoint, we've got a workshop coming up, a staff workshop on December 15th. We've had previous workshops this year on our modeling, and we continue to get really good input from stakeholders, and recognize that while we've made a ton of progress in this last year, there's room for improvement, and we are committed over the next year to putting the effort where it's needed to make sure that we have more robust methods and analysis so that we can better manage curtailments. Additionally, I mentioned the 4 major emergency regulations that we adopted. They came across at different time periods over the summer and fall, but they all have a life of 1 year and will expire after 1 year. And so we recognize that if drought conditions persist going into this year, there may be a need to update those emergency regulations to essentially renew them. And we'll be working with stakeholders to communicate next steps as needed, and refine our processes for emergency regulation and curtailment, much like with the modeling and the methodologies. And we may need to additionally expand geographically to other areas that we didn't establish emergency regulations for this year, but that'll be based on hydrology and demands. And then scrolling down, we've got temporary urgency change petitions. As we're all aware, U.S. Bureau of Reclamation and California Department of Water Resources recently submitted temporary urgency change petitions to modify the Bay Delta Plan requirements to preserve water and storage in the event that this is another challenging dry year. That is something we're going to be considering over the next 60 days. We've got a workshop on that coming up. I believe it's January 5th, although I'm not positive of the date, but I think that is the date of the workshop on the temporary urgency change petitions. And so this is going to be important work for us to analyze the temporary urgency change petitions that came in, but also have a good hearing from our stakeholders and get stakeholder input and incorporate that input and other technical information into the executive director's decision-making process on that temporary urgency change petition. Additionally, if it is a dry year, there's certainly the potential for other temporary urgency change petitions like we've seen in the Russian River and other areas on the North Coast. 3.1.4, emergency flows for public trust resources. I talked about the curtailments on the Scott and Shasta River and on Mill and Deer Creeks this year. Those emergency regulations essentially were establishing and implementing emergency flows for public trust resources. And the only reason that we were able to do that this year and do it in, I would say, a very efficient manner was that we had very clear and definitive recommendations from the Department of Fish and Wildlife on what those flows should be to protect public trust resources. And so, as I said earlier, there may be a need to continue some of those emergency regulations. Additionally, if Department of Fish and Wildlife comes forward with additional recommendations for emergency flows, the board may want to consider emergency regulations beyond the ones that we've already considered in the past. 3.1.5 is prohibited water uses. We recently released a draft emergency regulation that, if adopted by the board, will prohibit certain wasteful uses of water. This is things that I think we're all familiar with and is very similar to what was prohibited during the last drought, but not watering your lawn when it's raining or right after it rains, not watering your lawn to the extent that you're flooding the gutter and water is running down the street, not washing your car with a hose that doesn't have a nozzle that automatically turns off. So pretty common sense prohibitions on water uses that just don't make sense really anytime, but especially during a time of drought that we're in now. And so those emergency regs are out for public comment, and we will actually be bringing those for board consideration in January.
Direct potable reuse regulations are, we are required to finalize, get a regulation and have it finalized by December 2023. So we are working hard to do that. This is key to resilience of water supply. It will make a whole new category of water supply potentially available throughout the state. So we think that this is going to be increasingly important in the future, and the key is to have a regulatory structure that will allow it to be developed. And I'll let Jonathan talk about 3.2.2, the infrastructure funding programs. One thing I just wanted to say is not all priorities are created equal. We have a whole bunch of them that are in the water rights arena. So that relatively small group of staff has a staggering number of priority items that it has to contend with, which means probably more of its core workload is not going to be done, or we will have to redirect other resources to do it. What I wanted to say about 3.2.2 is this is a deceptively short description of a huge set of programs where we are going to be responsible for getting billions of dollars of loans and grants out in the next few years. And this is going to be a really critical year in trying to figure out how to do that, what the rules are, and to get the ball rolling. It is really deceptive how short this description is compared to the responsibility that it entails. So I just wanted to make that clear. And we don't, I think that Board Member Morgan sort of pointed this out in our briefings. We recognize that some parts of the organization have responsibility for more of these high priority items. Everybody's work is important. We need to get the core work done, but some of these high profile items do tend to stack up on certain areas and put additional stress and challenges onto those groups. And I do think that ensconced in this one small 3.2.2 priority is a huge set of responsibilities and stressors that in order to be successful, that will be in our put on our Division of Financial Assistance. Jonathan, did you want to elaborate on this one?
I just, no, not it's really, I think you covered the main issue is that, this is essentially 5 or 6 starred priorities rolled into one. Each one of these has to be taken care of, and tacked on the end is just potential federal funding. Well, we know that there's going to be an increase due to the infrastructure bill of a massive amount of additional federal funding, which will also need policies and spending plans developed for that. In addition to the state addition of 1.5, we'll have whatever the feds add on top of our annual water and wastewater SRF spending and loans and grants. So it's a big lift, and we really can't let any of it drop. And we don't want to. It's really important for California.
Yeah, I know the phrase gets thrown about, but it really is a generational moment that we have here when it comes to the amounts of resources and dollars going to drinking water systems, wastewater systems, water recycling, both here at the state and federal level. And we're here to do right by it. And it's going to require us to have the resources and honest discussion of how best do we prioritize that work. And it's going to take a lot of community involvement and water system involvement too. So this is a huge priority for the board, and I think a huge priority for the state as well, as we face climate change and all these challenges that we know are continuing to stress our community water systems. So just had to add that as well. Thanks.
And the last thing I'll say is, though it's not in a one sentence description, it is our intention to be trying to address communities with the greatest need and disadvantaged communities with this money. This is an opportunity to right some of our past inequities in our funding, and we plan to do that.
Before we leave that one, since we're here, can I just add that this one here also ties into priority 1.1.7, which is not a starred, but however, by implementing 3.2.2, we're actually also doing 1.1.7. And so then that's the wastewater regionalization projects.
That's correct. And it is, and you are so correct, Member Morgan, that it's hard to break many of these things apart. And it's also hard to decide what is going to be the start on some of these.
Yes.
There are lots of priority projects here on these 12 pages or so that are not starred, that are going to get done. They're all going to be worked on, but we do need to pick a few that we're going to say, if things go south, we need to divert resources to, these are the ones that we've identified. But you're right.
I just think that there might be a way to give us also some credit for, as we're implementing the infrastructure funding, to provide credit for also doing the regionalization. And so not saying that they're separate and that we're not moving forward, but just to recognize that by doing one, we're also doing the other. And so, credit can be given towards the other, and not necessarily that it needs to be starred or, asterisked.
But what I take is that we should remember to keep in mind that that we have another priority that we could use this part of this money for to help move forward, which is connecting 1.1.7 with 3.2.2. And we will do that.
So moving on to 3.2.3 conservation. Earlier, I talked about the emergency regulation for prohibited uses. This action is about 2 permanent rulemakings related to conservation that the board is required to undertake pursuant to past legislation. The first is a rulemaking to establish performance standards for water system losses. And that was an outgrowth of requirement of Senate Bill 555. We're actually planning, we've been working on this rulemaking in sort of the initial stages for quite some time, well over a year. We've had a lot of public process already. But we're poised very soon to initiate the formal rulemaking process later this month for these water loss standards. And that will then launch a 45-day comment period on staff draft regulations. And then there'll be a process, a typical rulemaking process with opportunity for stakeholder input to get further input and potentially further refine the draft regulations. Additionally, as part of the Making Conservation a California Way of Life legislation that was passed in 2018, the board is working closely with the Department of Water Resources. Our part on this is to adopt a set of urban water use standards that urban water suppliers will use to set what's called water use objectives, which essentially are budgets of water that represent efficient use for their individual service areas based on the unique characteristics of those service areas. We are pretty far behind schedule on the water loss standards. That's why we feel it's important to initiate that rulemaking soon. And while we're not necessarily behind on the Making Conservation a California Way of Life and the efficiency standards, based on the work that's ahead of us, I feel like it's going to be challenging to meet the legislative deadlines there. And so I feel like we are behind there as well. I would say that with respect to both rulemakings, part of the reason we're behind schedule is because these are complex processes and we're getting a lot of valuable input and we're trying to incorporate that input into the process. Likewise, we are working very closely with the Department of Water Resources, and that level of collaboration, it takes time. But definitely a priority, and that's why you see it start on the list, and we will be working in earnest to get those to you as soon as possible.
If you could just, sorry, go back there for just a second, Eric. Something, again, just in the vein of this doesn't capture the whole world of what's going on in relation to water use efficiency and conservation and even drought response. Something else on the list, I think, for early January is consideration of adoption of the emergency regulations for wasteful water use practices. Right. And that's, I think, the same group of folks, right? That's working on the items you just went over, as is working on this emergency rulemaking. And I look at that as, that's one of those things that popped up, but important to move forward to recognize and respond to Governor Newsom's drought proclamations. But I look at this document as, you know, it has things on here that we're actively trying to advance and complete. It's also, you know, in my mind, kind of a parking lot of good ideas and things that we can consider down the road. And we just don't want to kind of forget about or lose sight of because there is so much. So, you know, I'll say that, you know, that's one area where, you know, I'd be interested in just future discussion about that. The wastewater use practices specifically, and where that fits in terms of priorities, knowing that it's, you know, it's the second time it's come up. You know, it's an item, it's one of those things that, you know, these things come up. We're trying to find ways to be more efficient to address these issues, be better prepared for drought and responding. And I just don't know where to put these things, whether it falls in this document or it goes in another place. I just wanted to flag it here on this particular item.
Yeah, no, it's a very valid observation, and I actually appreciate you bringing up the fact that, you know, a lot of the same people, we have a lot of the same people working on a lot of these, and, you know, we run into bandwidth issues. And I think it also brings up the point that while this list, I would say, represents the priorities that have been identified by staff, by past boards, because there's carryovers, or past board members, because there's carryover from years past, and, you know, most importantly, priorities of the current board. It also represents priorities of, you know, the legislature and the administration, because, you know, when we have legislation telling us to do something, we don't have much leeway there. We have to do it, and it becomes a de facto priority. And so there's, you know, there's a lot on this list. And a lot of it's the same people. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I guess what I also hear you saying, board member, is that you know, if we look at our overall conservation portfolio, we've got a number of starred items, including the emergency regulations. And we do need to think about, you know, this will be the second time we've promulgated emergency regulations of this type, and thinking through whether we should be looking at something more permanent and how that fits into the other conservation portfolio work is something that we need to think about. And, you know, it becomes a little bit more obvious when we do group these things together.
Exactly. And so I just wanted to capture this moment and make sure that I share those thoughts. And,
yeah.
I'm very cognizant, having been through the 3 iterations here on this document, I'm very sensitive to adding more to this already very lengthy list, but I didn't want to lose this opportunity either.
Thank you. That brings us, you can scroll up a little bit, James, but that brings us to 3.3.1, which is SGMA, what I'll say, which is the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act. What I'll say here is that we have a relatively small group of staff, very capable, and attorneys working on SGMA. Right now, most of our work is focusing on evaluating groundwater sustainability plans that are being developed under different time schedules in different basins across the state, and providing comment to the Department of Water Resources on the strengths and weaknesses of those plans. We are trying to focus our comment on areas that are within our core responsibility and core competency, and where we feel we have special expertise and have expertise to offer maybe that others don't. And so with that, the focus has namely been on groundwater quality, drinking water quality and drinking water concerns, surface groundwater interactions, and water rights. That work continues to grow as the number of plans that are submitted and become under the department's review purview grows, both in number of plans and I would say in complexity of the plans that we get. And so we're going to have to do some amount of triage as to what plans we look at and what plans we don't, but we'll continue to do the review work on those plans. And we also at the same time have to prepare for the, not certain, but real possibility that 2022 could mark the year when certain groundwater basins come under the board's purview as the so-called backstop under Sigma, which will be, if and when it does happen, a significant increase in workload that we're going to have to manage and make sure that we are resourced to address.
If you just stop for 1 minute and roll up just a little bit. It's not a start item, but it could any time jump to start item, which is all of our response and preparation for wildfire. We have a lot of work going on that. It is going along pretty well at the moment, but if we have another really bad fire year, this will become a priority. Parts of the post-fire work will become a priority that is just we can't anticipate at this moment. And I just wanted to, as we were scrolling by it, remind folks there's a huge amount of work going on here that is potentially to jump.
Yeah, and this is, again, we have a few asterisks or starred items here that we're trying to help make sure we have these top priorities, but this is huge and ongoing and important work that the board is part of. And I just encourage anyone to please give good read to the rest of the document, even though we're stopping here on just prioritized items, because I'm really actually quite proud of the great work that's being done here. But importantly, it comes at such a needed time when we're better understanding the risks of water quality because of wildfire and the importance of better managing our forest as a continuum of the water work that we're all involved in. So anyway, thank you, Mr. Bishop, for stopping on it.
Yeah, thank you, James. So these next three are carryovers from last year. As we talked about last year, these are either permits or policies that are multi-year in nature, and they're going to continue. We won't finish all of these this year, but we have made strides on all three of them, and they're all also related to our concerns about cost of compliance. These are areas within the stormwater program that are that have either increased the costs or made options in the permits that were meant to be alternatives too costly to be realistic and need to be addressed. The industrial stormwater permit, we put an alternate compliance path for capture and infiltrate or reuse of the 85th percentile stormwater event, but we need to evaluate the appropriateness of the use of the secondary contaminant levels as a barrier. It turns out that there are some opportunities for us to more nuance that approach and make it more cost effective for folks. The site-specific objectives for copper and zinc are, I think we've all talked about these before, but it makes the standards more in line with the actual toxicity of these metals, and it becomes a very big impediment for stormwater if they need to treat those dissolved metals, and if they don't, because they're not actually toxic, that's an important cost savings. And then the third one is a requirement that we have under the federal MPDS for MS4s, which is Municipal Separate Storm Sewer System, that's what the S to the fourth is that we need to collect information on the costs of the program, but we don't really have any guidance available on how that cost should be collected, what costs are available, and we don't have guidance for for our regions and for our staff on how to evaluate that. So that third one is a two-part. First, we're collecting that, putting together the guidance on what those costs should be, and we'll be adopting that as a regulation so that it's true for all over the state, and then evaluating how best to utilize that information. And as I said, this is a holdover. We've been working on it this year, and we will be working on it last year, and we'll be working on it this year.
I have a question on stormwater before you move out
Sure.
of this section. Are you ready to move on?
Yes.
Okay, so just a question for you, Mr. Bishop, on source control. So I know that there's the petition before Department of Toxics, and you know, I think it should be a priority, maybe not necessarily to add to the list, but some way to, you know, continue to track that, because it just seems to me that on both zinc and I can't remember the name of the other contaminant that could possibly harm.
The tires, it's the plasticizer in the tires that is very toxic to anadromous fish.
Yeah. Yeah. So it just seems in particular on that one that, you know, with our work on fishery issues and, you know, all this effort on flows and temperature management, and, you know, this is potentially another important stressor. So, and then also in terms of the reduction and the potential benefit to permittees. So just wondering if you could comment on that.
So we are tracking it. We are working with DTSC. We provided them information. We and are available to help them. This is, I believe, the first of their Safer Commuter product that is water related directly. And so, yes, we will continue to track it, even though it's not listed, quote unquote, as a priority. And as I know you're well aware, we have little ability to influence true source control, is what folks call it, is, you know, how to change products so that we don't have that. Our best method for that is to point out and make it uncomfortable enough through our regulations that becomes a more an outcome or an approach that that municipalities and industries help push to move forward. And so, yes, we're continuing to work on that, and I continue to have discussions on that issue.
Thank you.
I just want to point out too that source control is a big issue on direct potable reuse considerations also on the drinking water side. And John, I'm sure you're involved with that, but also the Division of Drinking Water. So yes, it's a really good point you bring up, Vice Chair Diadamo. And we'll look forward to just more thinking there in terms of source control broadly. And even though we can't directly regulate, we're certainly involved in a whole host of fronts right now.
And even greater than in stormwater, you know, that's really falls into the pre-treatment realm where we can have a lot of influence. The POTWs run the pre-treatment program, but we oversee it. And we have increased, earlier there was an item which was talking about direct portable reuse. Embedded in that is also the pre-treatment enhancements. We did get some resources, and we've been improving our approach to pre-treatment and beefing it up, because anything that comes down from industrial discharges or even consumer discharges that passes through the treatment system is a potential problem for direct and indirect portable reuse, and we want to make sure that we're on top of those things.
Yep, agreed. And just to connect to that one level farther, because this is really heading all towards the one water concept fully. Yeah. And there's more and more stormwater systems that are looking at permissive diversions to POTWs, which will then use that water for direct potable reuse ultimately. So it's all getting connected and intertwined. And again, just all the more reason to be thinking, and I know we are, but again, keeping things on the list is my mission today. You know, through all these different challenges and thinking strategically in the long term about where we should be headed.
Yeah, here, board member. Definitely, it's about connecting the drops. And here through our regulatory programs, they connect in ways, and we can better connect them in ways that can hopefully really just lead to better projects and better success here. Thanks.
And just before we jump off that, there is we are also focusing on urban pesticides as an approach for source control. It's not a great candidate for end of pipe treatment options, and there are ways to address it working with our sister agency and we have an urban pesticides project that's working on just that. All right, I think we can move on.
Bay Delta planning. As you heard about this morning, this is about implementing the San Joaquin River flow and Southern Delta objectives and completing the plan update for the rest of the Delta watershed, including consideration and potential incorporation of voluntary agreements. I don't need to go into much more detail after our good discussion this morning. Obviously, this is a high priority, not only for the board, but for much of the state. It's complex work, as you know, it's challenging work. It's not going to be completed in a year by any means, but it will be an area of great focus and emphasis for, I believe, both the board and the staff in the coming year. 3.6.2, legal Delta water rights. This is actually an action of the Office of Delta Water Master. This is an action that's been in previous versions of this report. I did communicate very briefly with the Delta Water Master, Michael George, and he relayed to me that his focus for the upcoming year is going to be on reducing duplication of reporting of overlapping water rights, so that we start with decisions can be made using the best available and accurate data.
I did see the website scroll up and just had to know, at least it's there.
And it is a very high priority, but the most important priority on our data systems is the starred one below. And that's, it's listed as water rights, but it's, it's the top priority for Division of Information Technology. We have a momentum working with the California Department of Technology that we don't want to lose, and we don't want to drop that ball in any way. It's pretty amazing. I'll let Eric talk about what it does, but just the process that we've been going through in the last 6 months is warp speed compared to anything we've ever done in terms of data management.
Yeah, so that brings us to 4.3.1, modernizing water rights data. And I would say if anyone knows the details of what we have in mind, it would be Eric Ekdahl, who I believe is available to speak to this or answer any questions. But the long and short of it is that our current water rights data system, ERIMS, or Electronic Water Rights Information Management System, is, we've had it for a long time. It's out of date. It needs to be updated. More importantly, it doesn't provide the data in a way that we can use it the way we need to use it to manage the water rights system, and frankly, to manage water resources into the future. We were very fortunate this year as part of the budget process to receive a $30 million general fund augmentation for this project. And we are working very closely with California Department of Technology. And as John said, using sort of new procurement and new information technology development processes, are really just excited about that opportunity and developing a system that's really going to meet our data management needs going into the future and really help us manage the water rights system more adeptly.
I just have to thank everyone for the good work on that project. I know, and it is why I'm okay that there's no star next to the website, because I know that it is taking an incredible amount of effort from DIT, from water rights, from others to here take advantage of procurement advances and improvements to here try to get a water rights data system in place so as to be able to really help benefit our water management sooner rather than later. And so I just want to thank the leadership of the administration as well here to help prioritize this with the legislature. It's long overdue. ERIMS is, decades old here. And this can only hope to really just benefit as a very strong foundation, all of our decision making in the water rights space, but particularly for communities and water right holders themselves who need and deserve tools like this to best creatively and protectively use their water rights. So thanks.
And I guess I'll have to throw in one more comment on this, is that I've asked the team that's working on this at the right point to put together a webinar or a workshop with our staff on the lessons they learned on this new process and procurement approach so that we can utilize it in the future.
Okay, we're coming to the home stretch. 4.4.1 has to do with our racial equity work. The board adopted the resolution recently, but now we really need to, and I just feel compelled to note that we have not waited. We did not wait for adoption of the resolution before making progress, but the resolution does represent really important direction from the board, including coming up with a work plan. And we need to make substantial, measurable, visible strides this next year to reinforce the importance of that resolution and really make it real, both with respect to our internal workforce in terms of recruitment and retention and making people feel welcome and productive in our organization, and making sure that a racial equity lens is used in evaluating all of the work that we do at the board, and that we engage with all of our stakeholders, especially those who have not been, where our actions affect their lives, their communities, and who have not been historically welcome into the process. So that is going to be a priority here in the next year. The next, let's see, the next, we have a cluster here that we're sort of putting under workforce strategy, where we're kind of focusing on a lot of issues that are related to our own internal workforce. Part of that will be pulling in the racial equity element of that, certainly, but there are these additional factors that are captured in 4.4.2. We have a lot of vacancies. We have more than we have historically. It's due to a lot of different reasons. We've gotten a lot of resources in the last year. There have been a lot of retirements. I think there are a lot of opportunities in the private sector. We have had a lot of opportunities for promotion, which sometimes results in cascading vacancies within the organization. So you can fill a vacancy with somebody from within the organization, and it's still, the net impact is you still have exactly the same number of vacancies. It's also, especially our board members who have been water board staff know what the challenges are and how time consuming it is to make, to go all the way through the recruitment and hiring process. We just need to do that faster, more efficiently. We have to figure out how to identify hard to fill vacancies and figure out whether we need to change the description, redirect the position somewhere else. It's one of those things that has now worked its way up the chain. It's affecting the willingness, and rightly so, of Department of Finance and the administration overall to want to give us more resources when they perceive that we haven't taken advantage of the resources that they've already provided us. We have more than enough work for everybody, for all of these. We need to fill these vacancies to do our work. We need to do it in a timely manner. It needs to be a priority. We are working on that, and we'll strive to make progress in both the short and the longer term. That's consistent with these other elements that are within this overall heading. We're going to reduce the vacancies. We are going to work on it. This is a required element, devising a workforce and succession plan. We've been doing this for a couple of years, but we really need to bring it over the finish line. We have developed a water leadership program, which I think is really important. I think part of what's important for our workforce is making sure that people see a path to professional development and growth. And so providing leadership at virtually every leadership opportunities and training at virtually every level. I think it's very important for employee morale and retention. A challenge that everybody, both inside the government and outside the government, is facing is what is the future of telework? Are we going to come back to the office? How often are we going to come back to the office? How are we going to deal with the challenges of the hybrid workforce? Some people are in the office, some people aren't. I think that hybrid strategy is completely different than the strategy when everybody's at the office or everybody's at home. And so that is going to be a big challenge over the next year as we start bringing people more gradually into the workforce, into the workplace, recognizing that we are never going to go back to almost everybody has to be at the workplace almost all the time. We are obviously going to provide way more teleworking opportunities than we have in the past. And then lastly, there is a Cal EPA effort going on to get greater alignment and efficiency and consistency among all the BDOs. That's the HR Center of Excellence. And we are continuing with them to work on that project. And then turning to 4.4.3 fiscal, as you know, this has been a multi-year transition from the old to the current state financial management system. It's been very painful. We did get additional resources last year. It's been very difficult to fill those positions. We think that this is the year that we will be very close to being getting things closed out on time. It will be a giant relief if we can get to the new normal on fiscal and not having to use it as an excuse for why things are late or why we don't have a complete mastery of our current financial situation. So that's why there's a star here. We're continuing to focus on this. I personally meet along with Eric Oppenheimer with our Division of Administrative Services and the accounting office on a biweekly basis to keep track of what's going on. So hopefully this will be the last time that this appears as a start item on our strategic work plan. And I think that we've come to the end. Thank you for your forbearance. Please let us know. I think now we're open to questions or discussion among yourselves or telling us what we should unstar or take off the list or add.
Thank you. It was a good overview of, again, at least the priorities identified here. I'll just at the top say that maybe, and close to the point that Board Member McGuire was sort of making around conservation and prohibited uses. I feel those are pretty close together, and ultimately, if there's a way of either combining them to create one more, to create a free star, if you will, or a free asterisk, might be worth it, only because what did catch my eye was that drought response, drinking water drought response, was a huge priority this last summer and took up a lot of our agency's time as we help respond both at the Division of Drinking Water level and Division of Financial Assistance to communities without water. And I know it's here, it's a priority, it's within the plan, but I think it might deserve actually having an asterisk next to it so that we are continue to keep front of mind here, improving response as we prepare for what conditions we might find next summer. So that would be, top of mind, I guess, for me. Maybe something of an adjustment that I just kind of I recommend. I think it might be worthwhile. But look to my fellow board
I did
colleagues.
want to point out that we kind of created a new subcategory, 3.1, which was prepare for, respond to, and learn from the drought, because we did want to kind of pull together those drought related items, those sort of short term. Well, some are short term and some are long term, but yeah, we did want to pull those together, and I understand what you're saying about the how interrelated the emergency conservation and the other conservation regs are. And yeah, the drinking water, yeah, we'll have to think about the drinking water response to drought. I think that might be one of those where if it really is a critical drought year, it's going to shoot back up there whether we want it or not. And so I'm struggling to remember why we didn't star that. I think it was more there were a couple of other drinking water stars, and at the moment I think we have a good system in place for drinking water drought response, but if things get worse, it will clearly be elevated.
Thanks, that's helpful. Other board members with any thoughts or suggestions here?
I've got a few. First, I just want to start with complimenting you all. This is a really good document. I use it frequently and it just keeps getting better. I like that you included these additional lists in the front, as far as, it helps us to be accountable and see what we've done, and help the public to see it as well on, move because of either shifted priorities or accomplishments that weren't on the list. And then also what was removed. And that helped me to flag something that I want to bring up. But, before doing that, again, just want to thank you for this and for the really good discussion and how I've seen this document improve, through time. I think we all are on the same page about Chrome 6. So if we had such a thing as a triple star, that's what it would be for me. I appreciate that throughout, wherever there was, I'm a big fan, I think we all are, of voluntary agreements. And so wherever you saw that there was an opportunity for that, you included that. So thank you for that. Including, on curtailments, Bay Delta, and emergency flows, if and when, Fish and Wildlife comes forth with some other additional recommendations, just always including that. And again, not to necessarily add this, but I'm looking for ways to, it's not going to be a long period of time in between droughts. So just ways to institutionalize what we've been doing so that the public doesn't get surprised. I think, I've said many times this, even though in some respects it's more serious, the drought that we're in, we're managing it so much better. I think in part because of the transparency, but also because people sort of expect what we're likely to do, because it hasn't been so long since the last drought. And so I'd be interested in, seeing if there is a document on, I know in 2014, we were all kind of scrambling, looking for an old document that came out in 1977. It's just so dated. So to the extent that there's something out there, I think that it would help and, have it and put it on the website. Again, I don't know that I'd necessarily add it to the list, but Ms. Sobek, you had mentioned, just drought items. So I'd like to see something like that. And then I'd like to just call out the Administrative Hearings Office and sort of connect the dots here to some previous discussions that we had on strategic use of the Administrative Hearings Office, and in particular on drought. We've got here 3.1.2 on curtailments. And so just looking for a way to tie those two together, 4.4.7 on the administrative hearings office, and then, on curtailments. And I don't want to be the one to wordsmith it, and really would defer to you as to whether or not that's even necessary. But just want to put it out there that I do think with some of these challenging issues, we'll see next week when we have the workshop on sort of more creative approaches on protecting stored water and curtailments. That might tee up some of these issues that could be best handled through the administrative hearings office. And then on the item, I guess I'll pause there to see if you want to comment, because now I'm going to shift gears onto a different issue. Okay. So on the items, on one of the items that was removed on page 1 here at the bottom, it's 4.4.8, the research summary. This is the report that's been completed and was provided to MCC. I don't recall ever actually seeing that. Maybe I did, but I'd like to take a look at it and would like to keep sort of a placeholder for program enhancement, opportunities for program enhancement. So I just think if we didn't have the SAFER program, we'd probably want to nest that somewhere. That's a big issue for us. And in order for us to advance, we need a funding source. And so now we have that, that's great. But I'm looking at some of these other issues, like developing a research agenda, a water quality improvement program. It just strikes me that there are those real intense areas where we do have either responsible parties or in part responsible parties, but we're a big state. We're really focused as a state on improvement of water quality. And it's just an area that I want to continue to work on. I know that the answer is over at the legislature, but some way to keep it in play. So I'd nest that along with the research agenda and the issue that we've been talking about with fees, the foundational programs, and the potential there for some additional support from the legislature.
So we sort of took that item off prematurely. The ORPP, James Knockbauer, spearheaded. It was kind of hard to extract all this information, but he has written up a good report, and it's sitting with Eric Oppenheimer and me waiting to be finally approved so that we can transmit it to you all. But there's not a lot of additional staff work, so we didn't want to keep it on there. So we will get that to you ASAP. And then once you all board members have had a chance to take a look at it, you can figure out, help us, we can all talk about what the next steps are following on that kind of curated information that James was able to gather.
That's great. But I'm thinking on the program enhancement, either I'd like to see it added or, just maybe as on the list, even if it's not included on the official document, on the list for next year's discussion. I don't see that there's going to be major advancement at this time, but I do want to keep it in play. I don't want it to fall off.
Okay.
I'll say I'm supportive insofar as, I know that for a while the vice chair has, and I'm very supportive of figuring out how we get some of the tools that I know, say the Air Board has around research and or otherwise getting beyond just compliance, but incentive type programs that really help complement what is the the regulatory work we have. And I know there's nothing, as the vice chair said, there's no actual real project yet, but I think it's something that we can help kind of keep out there as part of an important discussion. So I'd be interested in supporting however we can.
So James is the keeper of this report. So we'll charge him with sort of having that in the parking lot, and also on helping us use the discussion of the report as kind of a launching pad for how to address that. Perhaps that will just make sure that it keeps it on our radars. But I understand that it's broader than just reaction to the report.
That works. Okay, and then the last thing I wanted to talk about, really, it's not strategic report or plan stuff, but it's really more just internal logistics. And so if you will, I'd like to just bring this up and, maybe we can have a separate discussion at another time. I know sometimes we had sort of logistic meetings, planning discussions early on when I came to the board, but just this whole issue, and I want this to be taken in the light of trying to be constructive here on delayed memos, us not getting briefing papers on time and that sort of thing. There's so many moving parts here, and we really appreciate what staff is going through. But I think that sometimes it ends up doing sort of us collectively a disservice if we're running into a meeting and we're not prepared. So I feel like then I ask for another meeting, and then it just ends up taking more time in the end. So, and I don't want to take up a lot of time on how to do this. I know this is a longstanding issue, but maybe coming up with some suggestions on how to specifically improve it, whether it's timeframes or I've even thought of, just on my own, canceling briefings if I don't have a briefing memo, but I don't know that that is as effective as just coming up with some solutions on how to improve this. And I try to be flexible, especially with emergency regs and that sort of thing, and plan on continuing to be flexible wherever I can. But one of the things that folks may not be thinking of is that sometimes our calendars are just back to back. And so if we get something, the day of, even if it's several hours before, what I end up doing is sacrificing other briefings where I'm kind of halfway listening to the briefing or the meeting and trying to read a memo. So just looking for some movement there. And then also,
so if I could just
sure.
Just say, we know there have been some very significant snafus in the last few weeks, and that this is a chronic problem, not just an acute problem. And we do have some meetings scheduled to deal with it. And I think that so we will be coming around and talking to you all to get your specific suggestions. I will say that I don't know if it's totally apparent to board members, but I think we have made some strides in organization and scheduling and process, which hasn't been perfectly implemented yet, but Meredith Thompson has, as being a team leader for the admin assistants and working with the clerk of the board, I think has got that team really focused on how we can all do this better. And so I want to accept responsibility for our shortcomings, but I do think that we will be able to, and we will make it a priority to address. I agree it doesn't necessarily belong on this list, but I understand that it really significantly impairs your ability to do your jobs effectively, and that's not okay.
Yeah, thank you for that. And I also think, maybe I like the idea of getting our input, because there may be some ways that we can help also. It strikes me that those quarterly check-ins that we have with the divisions can be really helpful. If I'm aware of things that are going on, I think an abbreviated memo and maybe some additional guidance rather than controversial, not controversial, because if I read a memo and have had some very brief check-in, either with you or with Mr. Bishop, et cetera, I may end up just saying that briefing memo is enough. And then that could save, quite a bit of staff time, by not having to have as many briefings.
I was going to suggest that, one thing that has been a victim of COVID was the, quick drop-in discussions that took care of the need for a whole briefing many times. I did that a lot with many board members, and I would encourage board members to consider it too. Many of you do. I mean, I'm not, just dropping me a line saying, "Can we chat about this for a minute?" Might relieve the need for a briefing and development of a whole new briefing document, and trying to get that all done in a short period of time, when it might be, some cases it might be easier just to have a question and I can get back to you. But we do want to make sure that the official briefings of items that are coming before you, that you have your material, far enough in advance that you can actually review it and make the most of those times. And that's where in that process, we still need to improve, and we're working on that.
Great. Okay, and then two others. I hope to move a little quicker. Sorry for taking up so much time, but on the website. So I know it's not started, and I don't keep up as much on development of it, but and I'm sorry for that I didn't bring this up in my briefing, but as I read through this again, it just really hit me that between today's comment, Barbara Perilla, can't remember Brannigan, and then also what we just adopted on racial equity. I'd like to hear what your thoughts are on short-term improvements. I know it's a huge project, but this just fits in with, improved communication for stakeholders and even for us, just to help us all do our jobs better.
So we are in the process of, as you said, trying to do a redo of our website, and it is still a priority item. It's just not a starred priority item this year. And we are constantly making updates and improvements to it without changing the basic structure. And so if there are concerns that any board member has that, that I should know about for a short-term fix. And I'm sorry, I was not on earlier today, so I didn't hear that comment. But we can work on those. If it's a whole structural change, we're not going to be able to work on that until we get a little farther along in this web refresh. But I'm not sure I answered your question.
Yeah, and I think that part of the key, so a big major web refresh, it's a lot of money and it's long-term, and we've made several forays into that, and we're still working on it. We're trying to do it in a more piecemeal fashion, but I actually think where we can make progress more in the short term is working on what's on the web page as opposed to the structure behind it. And I think that I think that with the COVID page, with the drought page, that we've worked really hard with with our communications team, with the public outreach team to identify specific pages on our website and who their audience is and what kind of content they're interested in, and really try to step up our game in those specific areas. And so if there are specific areas that we can focus on, and again, it can't be everything, but if there are a few, then we can work on that. And we've tried really hard to, again, try to nest some of the information. So, that we're sending consistent messages. Maybe we're using, emphasizing different aspects of them, but appropriate to, emphasizing the information that each audience is most interested in and in the terms that they find understandable. So we'll be happy to talk to you further about your thoughts about that.
Yeah, and I can't help but, of course, share some feeling here. I want to thank Nefertiti Cooley, and actually I know the Office of Public Participation, because they focused on, say, the safer pages and parts and pieces of our site to try to make it more easily understandable, accessible, and the information more of the quality that we're looking for. The reality is that the website doesn't have a content management system. So that means that all of these updates you see are individual updates on each of these pages. And so it does take a lot of work, regrettably, to make improvements on the current site, but we are. And importantly, not using it as an excuse to not be making sure that we have information that's available and understandable on the site as is, even with our technological limitations on the back end. And hopeful that we can move sooner rather than not in getting some of those tools that we've been needing for the site for a bit. But just, think that and know that it is a priority. But, and again, we can do work even without having a content management system necessarily yet, but it's what we sorely need quickly.
Okay, thanks. And then lastly, just want to thank you for adding this 4.2.4 communications, promoting awareness of funding projects. I think that is going to be very helpful as we deal with stakeholders and just folks to better understand just the breadth of what we're working on. And it's causing me also to just flag for, I know that Meredith and Nefertari are working on this, but also some additional assistance for us as we message as board members those monthly reports that we get to help us as we go to regional boards. That would also be, maybe an appropriate place to disseminate some of this information. And then also as we're, as we start to reopen here and get out on the road again and do presentations. So some assistance on messaging, I think would be helpful. And I know you're already thinking of that. Thanks.
Yeah, that's a personal crusade of mine too, because I think that people, the outside world generally thinks of the board as a regulatory agency, but the reality is when it comes to the resources we have available and the amount of staff time we have, we are a funding agency. We spend a lot of time getting lots and lots and lots of money out. And so we have carrots, we have financial carrots, and we also have regulatory sticks. And I think that we really want to remind everyone, whether it's legislators or community members or water districts, that we do both. And that sometimes when we impose new regulatory obligations, we also provide a funding network for complying with them. And so I think it's really important to get those dual messages out in every way that we can. And so we have a very, very small communications team, a slightly larger public participation group, but we're working with all of those folks in our legislative office to have a more holistic picture of the board's work and provide it to board members and the public at large and everybody in between.
Thank you, Executive Director. Vice Chair, anything further? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Other board members? We do have a few commenters, but I think it'd be good to hear from board members first, and then we can hear and have final conversation then.
I had a couple just quick comments. I want to echo the comments made about the program enhancements and just want to add on also just program efficiencies and something that I had brought up. I don't see out of here, just wanted to hear the thoughts behind it. It's just, there was recognition given to the Department of Administrative Services for the implementation of electronic signatures. I believe that project has started, but is not yet complete. I believe there's more to go there. And just not just signatures, but also just processes, to where more can be done electronically. And so my thought was to have something, here in the priority document to send that signal that that is still a priority of the board, and to give, accounting and the group working on that, support to know that, we support that as a priority and to continue that effort. That effort was something that had been started prior to the pandemic, that however was really picked up because of the pandemic and moved forward. And it really was thought originally as something to improve efficiencies, to get some, efficiencies around many program areas. And I believe those efficiencies are being seen as electronic signatures are being implemented through the programs. And so therefore, I would like to see that support still be given to all the staff that are spending the time to implement it.
Great, thank you for that.
Yeah, thank you, board member. I think for me, Division of Administrative Services, DAS, is important to really make sure we do remember. They're so fundamental to the functioning and accounting and work of all of our programs that having some priority for them here and some nod to them is really important. Thank you.
Okay, and then someone touched on this, earlier, there's a lot of great work being done around the SAFER program. And I just really want to see us to also move forward on the wastewater side. Small disadvantaged communities, many times, they need both. Clean, safe drinking water, but they also need access to, sanitation. Whether it's regionalizing their facilities, septic to sewer, and we have a great opportunity here with all the infrastructure funding that has been received to do both. And when we are analyzing and working with a community, I believe that we really should be taking a look at that whole picture and looking at both sides and helping them with both, together, doing a holistic look at what are the needs for the community, so that we can be, moving towards more, just equitable solutions and not just looking at one or the other. So just, as that can be prioritized with, I believe there are some infrastructure dollars that actually do call out septic to sewer. And so, there's that piece there to, focus on it, but just, know that that's, wastewater is priority of mine, and really want to see us look at, not just one or the other, but look at them both together as we are working with systems.
Okay, so we'll take a look at the document and see if there are places that we can or should add that in.
And I think that like board member Morgan, you highlighted before, there's a particular priority there in the first goal that I think really helps to pull that out in ways that wasn't as much in past years. And I think that's exactly for the reasons you highlighted. So I think I really couldn't agree more.
So let me make, I agree with you, board member Firestone, that 1.1.7 really focuses on regionalization, but I think that we will look for a way to incorporate the other piece of that, which is the septic to sewer, which isn't really in that one, though we see the financial support under these infrastructure for going for both pieces.
Great. Thank you. And thank you, board member, but board member Morgan particularly, and making sure that we do elevate sanitation here equally when it comes to the human right to water. So, and it is an important opportunity, since we have the dual drinking water and wastewater pots, to best see them in conjunction in a way and figure out where best the investments in the wastewater side can really benefit us. So thanks for being a champion for that. Other board members? Board member Morgan, were you finished yet?
Yeah, that's good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Board member McGuire.
Thank you. All right, well, okay. I have three things. So the first is just thinking about the comments that Vice Chair Diadamo made about, well, and we've discussed today about the website and communication. One area of communication that I've been looking at in recent months, knowing that we're going to, we've been on Zoom for quite some time now, we're going to still have a hybrid format going forward, is how we use this tool to communicate to our stakeholders. And what I mean specifically, this board meeting was a perfect example of where we did some, Chair Esquivel, you did some reshuffling of the agenda, made complete sense. The changes that were made, putting this discussion today, for example, and you did broadcast that out. But one thing that you'll find, I think, if you go back and look at any of our recordings on Cal EPA or the YouTube, is you don't actually see anymore the meeting agenda item that's actually being discussed while it's being discussed. So if you were any given stakeholder who was interested in a particular item, you couldn't pull up our live stream and actually tell, until you listen and maybe try and figure out what we're talking about, what it is we're talking about. And so I think, there's some basic level of service sort of technology improvements that we can do to help just communicate, what our items are. And along those lines, I think some regional boards, I know at least the Los Angeles Regional Board has experimented with, tweeting out when agenda items are coming up to list, we have our Lyris list and things like that. So I'm not here to dictate what the answer is. I think with COVID and with transitioning to Zoom and all that and coming out of our boardroom, we lost a little bit of our technology enhancements in terms of showing what items are being discussed and things of that nature. So I just want to put that on sort of our overall, stakeholder communication, thinking, website, sort of board meeting, activity communications and Twitter and such. So just want to flag that for everyone, not asking for it to be an item on this list, but an opportunity for me to share my thoughts. And I've shared it with some folks before, and hoping that we can see some improvement there. And the next one is on celebrating our successes and just acknowledging where things have been redirected. And we talked about that quite a bit in the beginning here about, the drought coming up and the arrearages program and having to redirect, which makes sense. Things happen. And I know in prior years, the board had an accomplishments report that actually documented kind of what some of the accomplishments were from the prior year. And we also have our performance report, which does a great job, better and better every year, of bringing in different metrics and sort of reporting out on our performance in terms of number of different activities completed. And here I still think there's maybe a little bit of a disconnect in terms of that work, sort of our outcomes. And then also just reflecting on what we accomplished, for example, this past year, so that folks understand what we've done. And actually, Vice Chair Diadamo, you mentioned, I think you had a list that's not here in our draft priorities discussion about, what was completed this past year. And so something that I'm, again, not asking for today for this report necessarily, but thinking through in the future, how can we broadcast that better? How can we share our accomplishments to the extent that there's stakeholders, or there's some here today with us, they actually want to hear about, what we did this past year, what we've accomplished, if there were redirections, what were they, that kind of thing. So I just, again, want to plant the seed that I think we can do a little bit better there.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And it is something that we've talked about without landing. We used to have a fairly elaborate accomplishments report. And I think that as it evolved, it ended up being sort of a glossy handout that took a lot of time to put together, and it wasn't clear whether it was actually that substantively useful. But I agree, being able to capture our successes is important. I think that we need to sit down and have a think through who can best do that and what the best format is to sort of maximize the capturing the information versus producing the document. I do think that since interestingly, I think that we are getting better. I think possibly because we have a new iteration of our communications office, getting out press releases on a whole range of issues, not just board actions, but also important accomplishments like projects that have been completed and funding that's gone out. And I do think that we should be looking for some way to gather the information that we already put out on a more regular basis, and be more mindful that we keep collecting that and have a product that will be easier to put together at the end of the year as our accomplishment. So we will give some thought to that. There was a point where it fell off the table, and finding the bandwidth to put it back on has been the challenge. But it's I take your point for sure.
Okay, yeah, I have realistic expectations here. And the timing is, I know it takes a while and it's going to take a while to think through it. So that's why I want to talk about it now. And I'm really thinking kind of towards next year.
Yeah.
And what that could look like. So thank you. And then my last item is, because I overthink about everything, is a lot of our other planning documents, there is a lot of nesting that happens actually of priorities. And so you can look at our storms program, which has a nested list of priority actions. You can look at our ocean plan triennial review, which has a whole long list of prioritized actions in it. And then you can look at some of our board resolutions that has lists of prioritized actions. And so the one that jumps to the forefront of my mind is the climate change resolution. That's gone through a couple permutations over the years, and most recently, I think in 2017. And it's comprehensive. It's even called the comprehensive resolution responding to climate change. And it has a lot of good things in there. And I think part of that was a commitment to provide updates, and I can't recall, unfortunately, when the last update was on that to the board. But I think if we were to look at that list, we'd find a lot of the actions actually have already been completed. There were a lot of deadlines in there that were a few years ago now at this point, and there's others that probably still have work to do. And I think, just following up on the discussions over the last couple of days and our concerns about climate change broadly, the question in my mind is, there's a lot we're doing. Is it enough? Are we doing everything that we should be? And are we thinking about it and approaching it in the right way? So again, this is me not asking for necessarily a direct item on here, but wanting to plant that seed, that it's something that is, I think, important to all of us. And I would really appreciate some further discussion about that resolution, our actions broadly, strategically again, and whether we should be giving some more thought to that in the coming months, years. And I'll leave it at that.
Can I just
of course,
piggyback on that and just say, I know during that resolution update, I can't remember when that was, earlier this year maybe, that I was pushing, and I think around this time, this issue, as well as the performance review as well, just to the extent we can start trying to identify and track some metrics, like outcome metrics. I think that helps. I think, Sean, you're, and Eileen, in terms of accomplishments, that's not just metrics. Those are more, individual concrete accomplishments. But I also know that, as we're trying to communicate accomplishments and success and these broader goals that we've established, like climate change resolution, or really like in this document that, we have 4 main topics. So the first 3, protecting public health by ensuring reliable access to safe drinking water, protecting and restoring watersheds and ecosystems, increasing resiliency, all of like those 3, I think if we could just start identifying, maybe there's a better way to do it, but I just am thinking, there's some consistency in how we're identifying what our mission is and our work. And if we can just start to identify what metrics we can start to track, either that we already have the ability to point to and track, or, we think over at some point in the future, not too distant, we think it's doable to start being able to track that. I just would love to start to see that more, and maybe that's related to the climate change resolution. I would love to see it kind of just all feel consistent and sort of simple in terms of those topics, and just thinking about metrics. Now, that doesn't mean, I think what this document's doing is a different thing. It's really helping to prioritize, what staff are working on and sort of overall topics and details of what the work is. So, but I kind of can't help but use this as an opportunity to just say, like, we've got 3 kind of external missions here that it would be nice to track outcomes on, and maybe we could do it for the internal one as well. Well, before I just make my last comment, since I had to jump off, was there anything that we gave guidance to like take off or put on as like a big, either on those starred ones or as a big objective? I heard, I think most of Dee Dee, your and Nicole's and Sean's comments, but I just wanted to make sure I didn't miss.
The only thing that I had said was perhaps because prohibited water usage and conservation generally there are pretty close, if we might, combine or otherwise think about those both being asterisks and instead use it perhaps then the spare priority, if you will, to maybe give it to drought and drinking water response. But I think we're still not quite knowing what the scale and scope of our response will be this summer. Something tells me either way we're going to be responding given how dry conditions have been. So there wasn't a firm, I think, agreement to do that, but it was the one thing I had mentioned at the top of my comments.
Great. Okay. That's really helpful. I was going to say, and this is more just for what it's worth, sharing with board members in particular, that my thoughts is, there's a lot of priorities here. I think this captures it well. I agree with them. I think you're right, Joaquin, that prohibited uses and conservation are really part of the same thing. I do feel like it's impact-wise, to me, the highest priority to make sure we're moving forward on conservation. And I think if, from the standpoint of, if there's something to take off as like the highest priorities, but still continue to do just like everything else on this list, I would actually take off the prohibited water uses and, or combine it with conservation. But just to say, I think if these stars are, no matter what, don't let this fall. I really think that moving forward with conservation efficiency as a way of life is sort of the most worthy in my mind of making sure is starred. And then that's not to say we don't move forward with all the other things, which is, what this list is. And so if you end up combining that, or I would say, I think we could also just take off the star, because it's always nice to take off a star for staff. And then, I feel like, to your point, Joaquin, that I do think drinking water drought response is going to end up being a priority that takes over stuff. I do think we're in a better position now that we have some more staff capacity than we did before. So I don't know, how that matters in terms of starring or not, but I think whether it's starred or not, it's going to end up taking over if it really blows up. And I do think even, well, I guess I think all of the things on here, whether they're starred or not, are going to be moving forward and are obviously priorities. So I don't have strong feelings in terms of adding that, but.
The only thing I was going to say about the emergency conservation regs is that they were in a governor's executive order, and they had the word emergency, and they'll be done in probably in January. So I hear you, and I'm not sure we're going to do it. We've probably done the hard part, which was we got the draft emergency regulation out. So it's a cheap start either way at the moment. It needed to be done in a timely way, and I think that we're well on our way to doing that. So I mean, yeah, happy to either take the star off or leave it on. And I think I agree with you. I think happy to talk it over with the drinking water team, but obviously any disruption of drinking water, health and human safety is the highest priority when it comes to drought. And we have paid a huge attention to it. We have given it our highest priority. We have diverted resources to work on it. So maybe although it feels like it's a little bit under control this time, it could easily get out of control, and it is a priority, and we will divert resources. So it might well, I think, Chair Escobar and Board Member Firestone, it probably does deserve a star. And I think we can look at the nesting and whether some of these we have a lot of things that are relating to Bay Delta. Maybe we can, kind of group those. I think we'll want to just take a look at that after we've gotten this last round of comment.
Just to remind folks, I think it's just fine to add the start of the drinking water. It's going to do that anyway. It's somewhat irrelevant what is going on in Bay Delta to drinking water. It's really only relevant on what the Division of Drinking Water starred items are, because for the most part, we can't move people from one program to the other to address it. And I'm not as totally familiar, but I think that this year we moved a number, we have less in their portfolio. We have Crum 6, which is going to stay a starred item. We've got the potable reuse, which has got to stay to be a starred item. And we've got the and the one that and we could add the drought response. I don't think it's overwhelming to DDW to have one more in that way. That's just my take, Eileen. I don't mean to forestall it.
Thank you. Thank you both, and thank you, Board Member Firestone. Any other thoughts?
I think these are right, and I really appreciate staff's work on it. I think it captures priorities really well, and appreciate the work and refinements, and sort of I think at this point, I think that staff and board members and hopefully the public are tracking well priorities here, and this isn't a surprise or needing a lot of adjustment. So really appreciate it.
Thank you, Board Member. And I want to apologize. We did lose one commenter here in the course of our discussion, and Ms. Chigazola, I hope do provide us a comment. And here I know we don't have like a written comment period, but I welcome any thoughts folks want to email me otherwise, and make sure we're understanding outside perspectives on our priorities here. And to that end, we do have Jared Voskuil and Sean Bothwell still here with us, and welcome their good comment. So Jared, we can start with you.
Hi, good afternoon, Chair Escobar and board members. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you well, thank you.
Great, really great dialogue, and I've appreciated hearing it. This is Jared Voskuil, the Manager of Regulatory Affairs for CASA, the California Association of Sanitation Agencies. I'm away from the office today and apologize for being off camera. CASA wants to congratulate the board and your staff for all of the work and efforts over 2021, and we convey our appreciation for your leadership through numerous unforeseeable challenges and emergencies. The launch of the arrearages payment program, among so many other accomplishments, has been so impressive. Across the items in your 2022 priorities, there were numerous ones for which our members will be directly affected, including in order the wastewater arrearages in 1.1.1, the PFAS investigations in 1.1.4, the SSSWDR reissuance in 1.1.6, septic to sewer projects 1.1.7, an ocean acidification and hypoxia ocean plan amendment in 2.2.3, harmful algal blooms, 2.2.8, biostimulatory substances and biological integrity in 2.2.9, toxicity water quality objectives for ocean waters in 2.2.11, the public health goal and MCL for PFAS and 3.2.3, and then direct potable reuse regulations in 3.2.1, and infrastructure funding programs for wastewater in 3.2.2. I think that was 11 items. Broadly, we respectfully request continuing to dialogue and collaborate with your amazing staff to identify and settle on achievable paths forward for your priorities across these items. There were 3 on that list I wanted to especially highlight briefly today. The first is the reissuance of the sanitary sewer system waste discharge requirements. This is a very important one for our members that manage collection systems. And over this year, your staff met with us several times to discuss the informal staff draft that was released last February to understand our concerns with its implementation. And so we are hoping that the revised draft will provide the enrollees with a really feasible pathway to compliance, just like the 2006 order, so that our successes under this program, including the 2/3 decrease in category 1 incidences since 2008, will continue on into the next decade. The second item is the scoping an ocean plan amendment related to ocean acidification and hypoxia. We encourage your identifying feasible and attainable water quality objectives for these initial efforts as this is being considered and scoped. We support and appreciate the related funding from the Ocean Protection Council for more research pertaining to this matter. They did last June. They also participated with the board in the uncertainty analyses workshop series that was held this last spring. And I would strongly encourage the board and your staff who have not seen those meetings, which are archived and available online, to review them. With this item, we often talk about selecting policies based on the best available science or the latest scientific results. And during that uncertainty analysis series, there were a field of experts from around the nation sharing their experiences about how eutrophication models were developed and deployed for regulatory purposes. And so leading scientists from Virginia and Maryland working on nutrient management for the Chesapeake Bay spoke. There was one from Washington State working on nutrients in Puget Sound, as well as in the Bay Area, and scientists from UC Santa Cruz working with SFEI and BACWA. And beyond all their great stories about how they executed research and tailored the regulations and permits, the overwhelming message and consensus from that field of scientists was the need for scientific models to be tested using skill assessments and sensitivity analyses, as well as utilizing model ensembles. And so when basing regulations that proceed from that science, a lot of that work still needs to be done, and it's a multi-year effort. And so, we are looking forward to identifying current research priorities of mutual interest in which we may collaborate and pursue together so that the policies and regulations which follow along are appropriately founded, and that an ocean plan amendment is timed and staged with the certainty and scoped accordingly in this initial work. I'll note insofar as a solution for nutrient management may be water recycling, our 4 largest Southern California members all have projects in development set to come online in the next decade. And the impact of those in and of themselves cannot be neglected or understated. And then in conjunction with the Summit partners, we just hosted a free virtual webinar this past Monday on advanced wastewater treatment. And we're hearing from our members that 100% recycling is really only 50 to 70% of their permitted discharges due to all of the factors that have to be considered. And even that, isn't achievable year round, and it often takes a decade or longer to build up to that. And so, we encourage your consideration of those practical realities as our members are sharing. And as you're going forward, we'll make the videos and presentations available to you shortly, and we can facilitate conversations with our members if needed so that the scoping of this ocean plan amendment results in achievable and feasible objectives for our coastal members. The third and last one is the septic to sewer and wastewater infrastructure item. We've really appreciated connecting with our members and your team that's working on this item to share experiences and lessons learned in order to optimize the efforts and help support you to identify where the immediate opportunities are for projects that can be realized in the next few years. And we'll continue those dialogues in the next few weeks and months. For all those items, funding resources and funding networks are necessary and essential so the policies don't drive up customers' rates or further stress water affordability challenges. So I really appreciated Director Sobek's recognition about that aspect of your work. And to wrap up, again, just thank you all for your great work. It is so appreciated, the expertise of your staff across the many programs you oversee, your willingness to meet and listen to our concerns and work through the implementation and compliance aspects of it. So We look forward to working together in 2022, and thank you and happy holidays.
Thank you, Mr. Bosco. Appreciate you sticking with us here and contributing to the discussion, and just as you've noted, just the real breadth of ongoing work that we have with the wastewater community in CASA is incredibly appreciated. We have a lot of opportunities, as Board Member Morgan said here, to really entwine, look at our wastewater and clean water needs and drinking water, and make sure that our investments are really taking advantage of this opportunity we have. And that doesn't happen without engagement. So just thank you. Really appreciate you sticking with us today and joining us for the conversation. Next, I'd like to call up Sean Bothwell. Mr. Bothwell, thank you also for sticking with us.
Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and board members. My name is Sean Bothwell, Executive Director for California Coastkeeper Alliance. Let me just start by saying, that I completely understand that the State Water Board has a ton of really important projects with really limited resources, and there's a lot of big issues that have been talked about already. Safe and affordable drinking water, the water infrastructure funding, handling of the drought. Those are all understandably your top priorities. But I wanted to spend my time just flagging some of the other important issues that I think are top priorities that should be given some attention in 2022. But first, let me start with some of the State Water Board starred items that were also on our list of priorities, and with the hope that they don't get unstarred. Project 315, prohibiting water uses for urban conservation. I actually appreciate the conversation that we just had with Member Firestone and the Executive Director. It is kind of an easy star, so might as well keep it in there. But I also see the benefit of combining it with the Making Water Conservation Way of Life, which is 323 and also on our list, also very timely for this next year. 321, the direct potable reuse regulations. Really appreciate having those as a priority. 331, implementation of Sigma. To be quite frank, DWR is going to need a lot of support there, so it's great that you guys are making that a priority. 351, the adoption of the industrial stormwater permit, and 441, the racial equity. All of these are CCK's priorities for the next year, and so we're really appreciative to see those as your highest priorities as well. I do want to say on the industrial stormwater permit, it was a little concerning the kind of entangling of the cost of compliance language with the adoption of the permit itself. We're working with Storms on seeing how we can cut stormwater compliance costs. But Project 351, at least my understanding of it, really should be about revising the industrial stormwater permit to improve water quality, to attain beneficial uses, and really to hold those that are not achieving water quality standards accountable. It's not really the board isn't necessarily adopting this industrial permit just to save permittees money. It's important as we focus more on water quality, but just the way it was worded, gave a little bit of concern. Also, we really appreciate the projects around water enforcement and protecting public trust resources. And maybe this was intended to be part of those projects. I might have missed it, but I just want to flag that there has been a draft water rights enforcement policy. It's been languishing for a couple of years now, and it would be really great. CCK would really like to see that cross the finish line in 2022. And maybe that was the intent of maybe one of the projects 312. There was talk in there about development and implementation of water rights enforcement strategy. But it seemed like that was geared just towards the drought, and it would be great if we could get that just general policy over the finish line. Second, I wanted to bring your attention to two projects that are in the work plan. They're not starred, and I'm not necessarily asking for them to be highest priorities, but I just want to flag them because I don't want to see them get lost in the work plan. Both are really important, and both have been promised now for several years. First is 223, the ocean acidification water quality objective, and I believe Casa was just speaking to that. California Coastkeeper completely understands the need for, the best available science. And we've been investing a lot of time and a lot of money into researching ocean acidification hotspots over the years. But it really is time that we start putting that science and that research forward, and we start taking action to address ocean acidification hotspots. We can study this problem for the rest of time, but at some point we need to take action and start actually addressing the problem. And at some point we know the science, we need to move forward. The second project is Project 223, the biostimulatory policy. I realize this is going to be a really huge lift, but it's sorely needed and long overdue. The Clean Water Act, the goal of it is to restore and maintain chemical, physical, and the biological integrity of our waters. we don't have a biological policy. And so, I certainly don't expect the State Water Board to finalize either of these policies, in the next year. So I understand why it's not a highest priority, but at least, let's get started on the regulatory process, on the stakeholder engagement, and start moving forward, because, from my history, it takes years to get these policies and objectives across the finish line. So it'd be really great to do the science while we're also moving forward with the regulatory package. And then I want to flag two things that I found missing from the work plan that are CCK priorities. The first is CAFOs, and I really appreciate staff's recent attention on the Central Valley dairy order. And I hope we can move from the ex parte meetings that are currently taking place to more of a full public process, as soon as possible, so the Central Valley and the state can really have adequate controls on dairy pollution. Also, prior to COVID, CCK briefed the board on the necessity to develop a statewide non-dairy CAFO and PDS general order. The waterkeepers have identified hundreds of these unregulated non-dairy CAFOs throughout the state, discharging essentially raw sewage into nearby creeks, streams, and those facilities really need a statewide order in order to enroll under. So we would ask that both the dairy and the non-dairy CAFOs get a little more attention in 2022, understanding that you guys have a lot on your plate. And then lastly, it's the 50th year anniversary of the Clean Water Act this coming October. And I know I've talked to Chair Joaquin and some of the other board members about this, but it'd be really great for the State Water Board to put attention towards celebrating Clean Water Act victories here in California, but also taking a hard look at what the state needs to do and needs to change in order for our waterways to attain their beneficial uses, for us to bring our waterways into attainment and reach the goal of the Clean Water Act of fishable, swimmable, drinkable water. And particularly with a focus on environmental justice communities that see that disproportionate amount of harm in their communities. And we really appreciate and really support some of the work that both the State Water Board and Cal EPA has been doing around equity. And we hope to just continue to help support that however we best can. So thank you very much for the opportunity to talk, and look forward to working with you in 2022.
Thank you, Mr. Bothwell. Really appreciate the good comments. I know Mr. Bishop here has, I think, a response to at least one of your points. I'll just say when it comes to the 50th anniversary of the Clean Water Act, I'm sure you saw it was a prominent theme. It was the theme of our Water Quality Coordinating Committee meeting. And I appreciate that point. I think, we did commit to at WQCC and with discussion with my chairs is figuring out what some follow-up is around participation in reminding folks what have been the benefits, but where do we still have we not attained access to clean water and clean water in our watersheds here. And so I think I appreciate that. I'd actually think that would be a good addition. So thank you. And Mr. Bishop.
I just wanted to clarify real quickly that the adoption of the industrial permit isn't the item. It's addressing the issue of secondary contaminant levels in the alternate compliance in the adoption is where we think that there is an important cost of compliance issue. And so it's shorthand in the discussion, but it's really a focus on that piece, which has been identified as being a cost driver that may be amenable to change. And so want to assure you that we're not adopting the industrial permit as to meet cost of compliance. That's not our goal. Our goal is to meet the requirements of the industrial stormwater permit in a cost-effective way, but that one piece was the part. And I do think the concept of both celebrating the 50th anniversary and having some real thought this year on what is still left to be done is really a admirable idea. And I'd like to have someone else do it, but it's a great idea.
It's a great idea and a little work coming your way, perhaps. Thank you, Mr. Bishop. Any other thoughts, comments here from fellow board members? And just appreciate the good conversation we got to have. And again, apologize to Ms. Chigazola. I know that we had kind of put a comment here toward the end, and I did want to create a little space for the board members to have initial reaction and be able to share. So I appreciate that, and appreciate everyone's feedback here today. I think that is there anything that we can help clarify, or anything else, Ms. Sobek?
No, I think this has been really helpful, and we'll just we'll sit down and compare notes and make some adjustments, and then circulate another draft and finalize it and put it on our website.
Okay.
But thank you all for the suggestions and for bearing with us. Because this is a sort of a complicated process, but it's a nice way to close out the year and to give us a little bit of a breath to think about this before we kind of plunge into 2022.
And just wanted to echo your acknowledgement of just the incredible work all of our folks in the programs have done this year. It's been an amazing year. As we've heard from commenters, the board did an incredible amount of work this last year. And in ways that are just incredible. I'm incredibly proud of. I know we as a board are collectively. So as we have this priority discussion, as we ask for more and or otherwise try to prioritize the work in the year ahead, it comes with incredible acknowledgement of the sacrifices that many of our folks have had this year, as we've continued to, as you pointed out, Executive Director, respond to COVID, and here respond to yet again historic drought in our midst. And so just thank you. I feel very appreciative. I'm glad we had the time needed to make sure this document best reflected our best work. And so again, I know that there's a lot going on, and so I appreciate everyone's great work, attention, and continued contributions here. So I think that brings us to the end of this item and our 2-day board meeting, and just want to thank everyone. It has been 2 days of really critical, consequential discussion. We don't meet here in our second board meeting. We won't have a second board meeting here in December. We won't be meeting until January 4th, Tuesday, January 4th. Let me make sure I give you that date right. Yes, and so we'll see you on the other side of the year here. I want to thank everyone for, again, what has been an incredible year. Hopefully folks get some downtime here and able to recharge a bit with family and otherwise, and we'll see you in 2022. So thanks everyone, appreciate the good work, and this meeting is now adjourned. Take care, all the best.